Hey, it's me, Puppet DM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by Mage and Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.mageandpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by R. Talsorian Games. R. Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut. Oh, of course, this entire thing is messed up because we're doing Interlude. Hello, everyone. Belonging. If there's one thing that sets Kindred apart from everyone else, save their new role as predators, is their complete and utter loneliness. No matter what dalliances, erstwhile alliances... God, why did I write that? No matter what dalliances, erstwhile alliances, partnerships, or coterie they build, the beast will see it all come crashing down. At the end of the night, the only thing a vampire can count on is themselves. Because they're all out to get you at one point or another. At some point, the beast makes sure you are the only one standing. And does it sting more when it's the casual disregard for your existence from an elder? Or when it's from someone much closer? And let's not even go into the big societal movements that Kindred have tried to build over the centuries. All doomed to fail, one after the other. I'm Simon, you're Wandering DM. Let's continue with our Dixon interlude tonight, shall we?
worries.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. It is Monday night. Welcome to Montreal by Night. I am Simon. I use him pronouns. I will be your storyteller for tonight. We have Dixon's Interlude. And as I just fix the Zoom windows a little, let's go and have first Dixon introduce himself and then our guest for tonight. Dixon,
Of course. That is my cue. Hello, everyone. I am Trooper SJP, and it is my great pleasure and honor to be here playing Montreal by Night, GM'd by the most amazing Simon, Wandering DM. And I will be playing tonight Dixon, who, when Nina last met him, was going by Lucky still, but he is a little bit less happy-go-lucky now. And is going by Dixon. And what you will call what people here in Montreal call a bruja, who has been laying low because of 3 archons in town, one of whom has already attacked him and wants to murder him, in a fairly aggressive way, or kidnap him, stake him. It's never good when you get attacked in the streets by an archon. And 2 others who want to have a chat with him that he does not want to have a chat with in return. And he's been laying low, trying to gather some info to bring to the people that he knows, and hanging out in his brand new haven, and reading books and making plans and talking to a new friend of his who is a staked corpse, who, doesn't talk back because the corpse is staked, but is a pretty good person to chat with about your thoughts and feelings. And I feel like that's about me.
And we have tonight, returning from Interlude number 1, Hannah. Hello.
Hello. I was muted there for a second.
Can you tell us who you are and who you are playing?
Sure. I am Hannah, Hanimation Art, and I am playing Nina Barker. She is back in Montreal now. The last time she was here, she ended up having a small, very interesting adventure with Lucky, trying to learn some backstory about what they've been up to, and I suppose she's back for more information gathering now that she has a little more context. So
maybe what kind of context?
I'm not sure yet. That's why I'm here.
I will note that Dixon did reach out to you because he wanted to ask you some questions and check in about the vampire that you both captured together, his older sister.
Right.
And, it's been a while. Wanted to check in, see how you're doing. Mm-hmm. Just like hang out, shoot the breeze, have tea, just chill as you do.
As vampires do.
As vampires do. In no way at all stressful. Nope.
No.
In none. No. I'm just announcing in my Discord that we're live because I want everyone to be here.
All right, I just sent you a message, Trooper, on Zoom.
Uh-oh.
No big deal.
Uh-oh.
Just pick a number, 1 to 4.
What was
Pope's Interlude happened on November 1st.
No. I need to know what is the day of the plot. Remember the something of November? Treason and plot.
Oh my god,
Guy Fawkes
V for
Day.
Vendetta?
Yeah, Guy Fawkes Day. Which day is Guy Fawkes Day?
Guy Fawkes Day is the 5th of November. Sure. Gonna go on the 5th of November.
I realize you didn't give me that date specifically, but I'd like to have it if you don't mind.
Sure, I do wonder why you absolutely want to have the 5th of November.
No reason.
Cyanin gives ominous and Trooper gives ominous right back. I have no idea what's happening, but it's all good.
I normally have a ring light that's right over there, but it has burnt out on me. So if my light's a little dim, that is why I'm trying to compensate. So just, bear with me. That's all.
So we are November 5th. It's been a week almost to the day since the Elysium, and a bit more than a week since you've last heard from the coterie. Since you last visited them, at least.
Well, I haven't gotten the call saying they need to see me, and I have not yet found the information I was looking for.
You have gotten
So I'm still
a
trying
call
to find that first.
on October 31st.
Yes, but it wasn't. There was no message. It was just a ping.
Yep.
Which
Multiple times.
I think twice.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like I am needed. And so I have not gone over. I've yet to find the information that I need. And it seems like Flory does a one ring, like there are no messages, just like a one ring beep to just, I think, to say that I should continue to lay low or that no one's dead. But there have been no other messages so far, and I've yet to get my eyes on the prince.
You also have no way to operate this phone.
No, I don't know how to use it.
So even if she were to leave you a message, you wouldn't see it.
No. But it doesn't say message, it just says missed call. So that's the only thing that pops up. I haven't needed me yet.
So far,
there doesn't seem to be any emergency.
So far, it seems like it. Mind you, you've been mostly spending all of your time squirreled away with your, shall we say, roommate?
Sure. We can call him that.
Going out very rarely from time to time. I would like to
just
ask
to check
you,
my dead drop.
Your dead drops, yeah. I'd like to ask you, because you said you were sending messages out to people. How do you reach out to Nina?
Payphone. I can't use
a payphone. Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I can't use the phone that I have.
So as you are out and about tonight, Nina, you get a call on your phone from a, of course, unknown number.
That's not completely unusual, so I'll go ahead and answer. Hello.
Nina?
Who's calling, please?
This is, Lucky.
Lucky!
We met in Halifax. You might not remember me.
Of course I remember you. You were quite lovely. How are you doing?
Oh, there's a lot going on. I was, wanting to... I can't really go to Halifax right now, but I did have some questions I wanted to speak with you about, sort of serious. Would there be some way to meet?
Well, of course. I'd be more than happy to meet up with you if you'll just let me know where to find you. Are you in some sort of trouble, dear?
No. Well, no more than... Well, I'm in Montreal, and it's a couple of hours flight from Halifax.
That's all right. I can be there. Montreal. It's rather large.
It's
If you
not-
just give me a location to find you.
This is not... It's something I wanted to talk over, but if you are busy, I would understand if you can't make it out. It's you're the queen, after all, of Halifax, and you may not be able to leave your domain so easily.
So this is something that, of course, Dixon doesn't know. But Nina, you've
Mhm.
been back in Montreal for like a few weeks already, having already finished what you needed to do in Halifax. It's not like the place was going to sustain a vampire for very long.
I think I can make arrangements. Don't worry yourself about it. It's something that I can handle completely. Just let me know where to meet you in Montreal, and I will see if I can make arrangements.
There is an old, unused warehouse. The warehouse is in the dock area on the east. We could meet there. It's not such a great neighborhood, but I know you can take care of yourself.
We always do seem to drift towards the docks, don't we? All right. Well, I'll meet you there. As soon as I can. Is there any way to contact you once I'm there to let you know, so that you're not just waiting around for me?
Oh, I'll just be waiting around. I have a new phone, but I don't know its number or how to get into it. So I'll just be at the warehouse.
That's not shady at all. All right, well, I'll see you there when I see you then. Take care of yourself, all right?
Wait.
Uh,
Before you come into Montreal, you should know something. How do I say this on the phone? There are 3 narcs. There's like an undercover sting operation happening in Montreal right now, like undercover cops, but cops like from our neighborhood,
all right. It's a bit of a jump there from I'd like to meet up with you to talk to there's a big conspiracy going on, but I'm
Well,
never
it's not
surprised by
really-
you.
Not really a conspiracy. It's just be careful. Don't let people see you.
Oh, darling, I'm always careful. Don't worry about me.
Well, I do. And just know that there are people looking, and you may not want to be seen, so lay low.
All right, I appreciate the warning. All joking aside, I will carefully try to meet up with you at the docks then.
I will give you more information, in person.
Wonderful. I'll see you then. And she'll hang up.
Okay. And Dixon will walk. It takes a while to get on foot where he's going. And so he will sort of, hunched over with his hoodie, covering up and sort of bundled up, head over to this old abandoned warehouse where he will go inside and wait. He'll probably be, looking out a window in the dark so that he can't be seen, but he can just make sure that when Nina gets there, he'll know.
Give me 2 seconds. I need to verify something. Where is my notes? Where are my notes? There we go. Okay. So you're going to wait there for a few
Hours, I imagine.
Yeah.
She's flying in from Halifax. It'll be a while.
Yes,
know.
of course.
It's a very fast flight. It depends, Nina, how long you want to make Dixon wait, and or do you have anything that you would want to handle first?
Oh, the phrasing of that makes me feel like there's something I should handle. But I think I'm just going to make him wait the amount of time that he normally would for if I was flying in, but I'm very good at catching a very fast flight very quickly. So
That's like I don't know, I think we checked last time was like 2.5 hours.
all right, so that
it's not a
3
not a very
hours?
long flight.
Yeah. Someone is begging me with their eyes to take them outside, and it's not going to happen. If you see my monitor shake again, it's because he's decided to try to jump out the window. Where was I? Yes, 3 hours later. During that time, Dixon, it's been eerily quiet in the port. In
That's
fact,
good.
the only thing that has kept you company was wind blowing in through the busted windows of this old like brick warehouse. You can hear the cars in the distance, but they are very much distant. There's just the irregular blowing of wind.
Well, at least I smell the water.
It very much smells like salt water.
Which is good.
And all the trash that's around.
I'm used to that as well.
After 3 hours, you would begin to hear the footsteps of someone approaching. Unless, Nina, you were on your power that let you move about without making sound before I say stuff that might not be true.
Well, before I say anything else, it is nighttime, correct?
Yes,
I
well, of
can't move
course,
in any version of the daylight. Okay.
Me neither.
You'd all be asleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Daylight's no great. It's not great. That's not a great time.
all right. So I think I'd probably just walk normally.
I'm not going to say it's a vast room necessarily. There's so much trash and broken down shipping containers. There's like a couple of couches taken from somewhere. There's a lot of broken glass, and even pieces of what appears to be some vehicle that, you know, squatters or looters or what have you over time have like brought into the warehouse and started chopping into pieces. But there is one figure huddled alone
inside
in
the
the
warehouse.
dark. Yep, in the warehouse.
Yeah. So that people just wandering by wouldn't know I was there. It's not safe.
Mm-hmm. Not exactly romantic locale you've chosen.
Ah, Nina, it's good to see you. Come in. Did anyone follow you?
Not that I was aware of, no. Are you... What are you doing all the way back there? Are you all right?
Yes. Come in. And I think there would have been like a crate. He would have had set up 2 crates to sit in, like as makeshift chairs. And he would stand as she arrives and give a little bow, considering that she is a queen. And sort of gesture to the crate.
Sure, sit down.
And he will sit and he'll just sort of shrug off his hoodie. I'll say, and he looks a little different from last you saw him. He is more pale, gaunt, sort of grayish. He is sort of sprouted hair, little tufts of fur with leopard spots, but his face is hollow and sunken. And his vampiric fangs are just a little bit sharper and longer, a little bit more animalistic rather than vampiric. And he has got a strange he looks somewhat demonic, perhaps, but animalistic. There's something quite different, shall we say, about him.
Lucky?
Thank you for coming. I'm going by Dixon now.
This is new.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say thank you for coming. It's I know that I asked you to come to a city that's dangerous for you, but I can't fly the way I look now. So I have to have you come to me. I'm also sorry that this is where I have to greet you. I don't have a better place.
Don't apologize. I just... Did someone do this to you?
Oh. No. It's fine. I should start first with the danger to you. That's number one. So I don't know if you've ever been to Montreal or know much about it. It's do you know much about Montreal?
Not so much, I'm afraid.
Okay. I assume you know more about the sort of vampires from here. Most of them seem to do so. But I'm sure you must know this, but I don't know. I mean, I didn't know it growing up, but there's a vampire organization called the Sabbat, and there's a vampire organization called the Camarilla, and they fight each other.
Right, of course.
Okay, so you know that one. Okay.
Yes.
Well, and then Montreal used to be a Sabbat city, and everything that I've never met any Sabbat, I don't think, but everybody tells me they just run, well, ex-Sabbat, but everyone tells me that they're evil and they eat children for breakfast. I don't know. Anyway, they were. I don't know, but they were in the city here, and then they were all destroyed a few years ago, and then the city was free of all hierarchy. It was just kindred living here, free. And in the last month or two, they the Camarilla, they came in, and there's a prince of the city, and he's brought in all of his people, and they have decided to take over everything. I was told that they don't kill humans all the time. They kill vampires all the time. Anytime a vampire does something they don't like, they just kill them. That's what I was told. They're very obsessed with some sort of secrecy, and anyone that threatens their secrecy, they call it the masquerade is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
But they kill them, and anyone that they know. So they're here now, and they are claiming to be in charge. They don't have the whole city, but they have parts of it, and they're, I suppose their hold is, well, the way I see it, they have arrived, they're throwing their weight around. So if you throw your weight around, you have to back it up with something. They backed it up. They needed a pretext, I suppose, to come in. And they staged masquerade breaches, is what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Video staged reasons to come in to save everyone by getting rid of the problem. And they there's a thing in the Camarilla, which they sometimes call it the Ivory Tower, is what I was told. They've got sheriffs. No, that's an actual title. They've got like FBI agents, but like Camarilla FBI agents called Archons. They also have Justicars, but I don't know the difference between them. But these Archons are like outside police that come in to investigators or something.
Dixon, does this have to do with what's bothering you? I apologize.
No.
You said this place is dangerous.
Yes. Two of them. There's one who's specifically after me. I don't think you have to worry about him. But there's one there are two who were called in by, it doesn't matter. And they're
Well, it kind of does, I think. Unless it's something that I shouldn't know.
Somebody called them in thinking that they would, I don't know. Somebody called them in thinking that this is not the main thing I wanted to talk about, but it is important. This prince of the city, my coterie is convinced that he is possessed or some kind of puppet or an ancient Sabbat person. My coterie mate's sire, who is going to come here and kill everyone, torture them, kill them, do all the destruction. And she's very powerful, and there's not much we can do about it. But he saw that she was possessing him, so him arriving is part of some big plot to take over everything. And so he called in the Camarilla cops to investigate the prince to prove that the prince is possessed. But he's not Camarilla, so those cops are here and they're I'm sure they're not going to go look for their own people. I'm sure they're going to go look for my coterie mate, and I can't do much about it. But my point is that they're trying to talk to everyone, and if they knew you were here, they'd probably try to talk to you too. So, and I don't know if you're in the Camarilla or not. I figured you weren't, since you're the Queen of Halifax. I don't.
No.
Okay, so I just want you to know that they're out there, and so you should look out for them. There are two of them, and they are trying to find kindred for their witch hunt, I suppose is the best way to put it. And I wouldn't want you to get caught. I don't know if you're allowed to just say you're passing through and that would get you free. I don't know how that works.
Don't worry about me. I'm here to help you in whatever way I can. You are obviously in much more trouble than I am. Just let me know what it is that you need my help for. Information or...
Well, two things, I suppose. The whole prince thing is something else altogether that might come up again, but it's two things at first. First, most important question. When we last left, you mentioned that you mentioned Caleb.
Yes.
Caleb. I've got a Caleb here in Montreal, and I'm wondering if it's the same Caleb.
Well, there are coincidences all over the place, but it's entirely possible it might be the same Caleb. Your Caleb is...
what they call a Nosferatu. Been here a long time.
I think we might be dealing with the same vampire then.
Okay. So, what is your relationship to Caleb?
Well, my relationship, if that's pretty strong of a word. I know of him. I know him. I bet I could get some information from him if there was something you were looking for. I wouldn't stretch it too far.
No, when we were in Halifax, you said you wouldn't tell him anything about what we found, or even that you'd seen me.
And I haven't.
Okay, I need to tell you some things about him.
All right.
So, he has been here a long time. From before, I think. And he made a deal with my coterie mate, Artie, to bring in and welcome the Camarilla into this place. But it was like a double cross. They would welcome them in and help them get situated, and then but they didn't really want to support them. That's what he said to Artie, and Artie went along with it. And the next thing I know, the Camarilla's here, and Caleb is the sheriff, and a couple of other titles that are all important. Seneschal, maybe? I don't know. Scourge. There were a lot of titles. I don't know them all. Anyway.
Wait.
Pretty...
Are you saying... Wait. Caleb is part of the Camarilla?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's also in power there. He has a bunch of power. He told Artie that it was just a ruse to see what they were up to. But I don't really think helping somebody get established in a place and set up an organization and bring in more and more and more of them is really that much of a ruse. If it is a ruse, it's a real bad one. You have to stop things from taking root. We just let everything take root, and he's in the center of it.
This is not just fucking perfect.
But there's more that's about Caleb and I that I feel like I should let you know for context.
Please do.
I don't really hang out with them, and he already likes to tell people things to show off what information he has. I don't know all of his motivations, but sharing information lets people know you have information, and I don't know. But he likes to share information about me that I did not ask him to.
About you.
Things he shouldn't be sharing.
Well, he didn't get it from me.
No. I might have told him some things in confidence, and then he shares them far and wide, or he had done. So, when I was in Halifax, I was looking to reconnect to my roots.
Yes, I remember.
My sire is a great woman. She is one of the greatest people you could ever know. She is wise and kind. No nonsense, but with vision. She is someone to admire. But turns out she is someone who the Camarilla wants to kill. Maybe other vampires too. I don't know why they want to kill her. Probably because she ruined their stuff. Because their stuff was probably unethical. And so I can't tell anyone about her or my connection to her. If people found out that I was connected to her, they would probably capture me and use me as some sort of bait or leverage to get her. So that's a secret. But that's a secret that, I came here to Montreal because she was seen here before the Night of Ashes, the big destruction that happened. And that's also a secret. And my coterie is a little bit too free with her presence here, or former presence. The last place that she was seen was underground in there's like a Sabbat place there that was all destroyed by the Second Inquisition. And I was going to go and it was my only lead, so I was going to go underground and just see if I could see where she had been. I know she's not there now, but maybe I could find something. They told Caleb that I was looking to get under there. And of course, he apparently said that he's been looking for that entrance for a long time, so that wasn't good. I had to hold off because he was looking at me. Not because I'm special, because I think he wants her. And thing happened, I went to a house that was had a door to the abyss in it, portal. I lost myself. My what you call the beast, it took over and got me out of there. I fled, but I fled through the middle of downtown Montreal, and that's what they call a breach. My coterie Flory took care of it for the mortals. They didn't know one way or the other. But here's the thing. The Camarilla comes in and they need an excuse. They need a scapegoat. Somebody raging through the middle of downtown Montreal's a good excuse. They have no proof it was me, but if there was some blurry footage and if you've seen me, you know it's me. And even if it weren't me, they'd blame me anyway because I'm not part of their group. So that was a problem. And then Caleb shows up, wanting to make deals. And when I last spoke to him, he knew exactly that I went to Halifax. He knew exactly, he tracked me outside of Montreal to Halifax and back, which means he's keeping tabs on me in a way that I am not comfortable with. And I think it's because my guess is that he thinks I'll be able to do his dirty work for him. That what I'm looking for, Hetty, he's looking for, and he figures if I find her, then he'll just swoop in and take it. He tried to meet with me. He said he wanted to meet with me, but I didn't meet with him. I have no intention. I think he's aiming to extort me, blackmail me.
From what you tell me, it seems you were smart not to meet with him. I feel like our best option is to try to go around him rather than through him, unless absolutely necessary. I feel like he would have some information if he knows that much about you. Imagine what he knows about others. Maybe even people that you're trying to find.
I imagine he's been doing a lot of... I think he's probably been looking for her since before I was even here. I imagine this is something important to him, but I don't know why, and I don't trust him. And I don't like that he's put me in a position where I'm going to need his help or be in trouble with the Camarilla that he's now the sheriff of. So I'm not going to play that game.
No. We're not going to play that game.
But, so, here's why I wanted to talk to you. My sister, big sister, theoretically. You have her. Is she okay?
I do. I actually had her transferred here to the city when you asked me to meet with you. I have some resources here. She is with my darling. He is taking good care of her. We could go see her.
She has to be
if
hidden.
You want to? Yes, they are hidden. They're quite well hidden. As I said, I have resources.
Oh, listen. I found out what they call them. They call them whites. That's what they call them. And there are more of them in the city. There's like a whole bunch of them in the sewers. Down below, I have one.
You have one?
I saved one. I don't know what you think, or Artie tells me that they can't be saved, that they're lost, hopeless. I think that's what vampires here think about them. But Hetty didn't think that. Hetty wrote about how they can be saved, and Hetty understands magic and lore, things that people here don't understand.
But was she ever actually able to save one?
She was looking. That's why she kept my sister alive, so that she could be saved. And I have one. It attacked me, and I think that one can be saved too. But I don't get the sense that any of the vampires here think it's doable or worth anyone's time, but it's what she was looking for, and so I want to find it. I want to do this. There's a person she was looking for, and I don't know how to find them. I don't know where to start. I can't be on the streets. I've come into my true self, and the vampires in this place don't understand. The mortals in this place don't understand. So cannot be seen, especially with these narcs everywhere. So I'm not equipped to. I'm equipped to protect people and places and communities. I'm not equipped to gather information like that. But she was looking for someone from before, and that's why she was here. And if I could find who she was looking for, then maybe I can find out. We could find out, do the thing that she was trying to do.
I have to ask, what is your end goal in trying to figure out a way to heal these whites? Do you think you're going to be able to heal them all?
Well, I can heal the two that we have. Maybe we can heal all of them. I don't know. I don't know what the process is. I don't know. But Hetty believed it could be done, and she was trying to do it for my older sister. So where I come from, family is the most important thing. It's everything. And so you have to honor your family. And this is the thing I can do to honor my family.
Well, I don't know if I believe that this is something that can actually be done, but I would like to help you find out. Because I like you, Lucky. Just don't hang your hopes too high on this, all right? Family is important, but so is staying alive. You are more important than these whites. And Hetty would have believed that too.
There's a thing, responsibility. See. Nina, you are, if I am, I don't know what you call yourself here in this place, your family. What do you call yourself?
Good question. Hold on.
Mhm.
Ministry.
Yes.
I had a blank for a moment.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Ministry.
Ministry. Well, I think you are probably related to some of the people that I would know, probably. Similar, different, but there are people like you in my tradition. But it's so different here, and I don't know. You're not in the ivory tower. There's the ivory tower, that's the Camarilla. They're the Anarchs, and they're the Sabbat. Are you just free of all those things?
I go where I wish to go, and I work with who I wish to work with. And
Good.
that's really all I wish to talk about it at the moment.
Good. So where I come from, we don't have those things either. What we have are our families, our lineages. And it matters. And I have Nina, where I come from, the oldest of your lineage is in charge of your lineage. And don't know how they call it here, but where I come from, the eldest are Kolo. They are, whoever is the oldest of your lineage is the leader of that lineage in any given place. And then there is always one ruler overall. All my life, Hetty was Kolo. She was the oldest of my lineage that I know of, that I know. But I have come to understand that I have been running away from my responsibility to lead. That here in Montreal, I am Kolo. And there is a cancer moving into the city. And I have tried to tell my coterie things that I have seen, and they don't listen. They dismiss my insight as incorrect. So if someone is going to protect the city from the cancer, it has to be me. And so I will not hide who I am anymore. I will not wait. And if in the process of protecting Montreal, I cease to be, then so be it. I come from a warrior line, and my line protects a place and the people in it, and we will die to do so. But I do not expect to die anytime soon. But if I die protecting Montreal, then I have died a good death.
Well, I don't intend to die.
No.
So, as long as you're with me, let's put dying off the table, all right? We're just going to do some investigating. We're going to find what we're looking for. And then maybe we'll find you some better accommodations. Don't smell quite so much like the docks.
No, I have a place where I'm staying. It's safe.
All right.
No one can find me there.
No one?
I can't take you there. No. No one can find me there. No one goes anywhere near it.
Seems incredibly lonely.
I'm the only one of my kind in the city. It is what it is to be. I don't know if I've seen anybody else like you here. But I'm the only one like me.
Well, we'll get around to that when we get around to it. It's not always a bad thing to be unique.
No. I wasn't made to be here. I was made to be somewhere else. That place is gone. So, I have a new mission. And that's this place. I want to tell you a thing. It's important. It's a thing. I've been trying to fix this problem. It's a nut riddle I can't yet crack. It's the prince.
What about the
Artie is
prince?
convinced that he's possessed by his sire. Sabat, person who haunts him, has been chasing him, and who will always come for him and destroy anything that he cares about. He's told everyone. He's told everyone that he's brought her here. Puts him in great danger. Don't think it's a good idea, but... And he brought in the vampire cops because he says that the prince is possessed by her. And he saw it. He saw that she was possessed by, that the prince was possessed by his sire. But
He saw it? He saw it
yes,
happen?
but no. There's someone in this city named Valois. He's a magister, a Tremere, I think they call it here. And recently, one of our kind went missing, and there was evidence of magic involved. And I said to Lori that it could be this one, and she said that he was a coward and he didn't have the balls and he wouldn't do anything. He was weak. She didn't completely take off the table, but she thought my concern about him was misplaced because he's not a threat. He's nothing. And Artie felt the same way. Here's the thing about Valois. He was an undercover agent for the Camarilla here in Montreal during the time of the Sabbat for decades. He's not weak or stupid. He doesn't have no balls. He is very powerful, very connected, and he is the one that gave Artie a potion that would allow him to see that the prince was possessed by his sire. And Artie has told everyone for a long time that she was coming. And I don't trust Valois, and I don't trust that it's true the prince is possessed by this sire. And the only way I can find out if this is true or not is by looking at the prince. My ancestors give me sight beyond sight. I can see if it is true that he is possessed, but I cannot get access to him. I certainly cannot walk up to him considering that he's searching for me. I was hoping I could see him go in or out of the building they were going to have this Elysium, but it was underground, I think, so I couldn't. But if I could get my eyes on him, I could see if it's true, if he is possessed, or if Valois is playing all of us. And if I can get concrete information, then I can speak to them and they might listen to me maybe this time.
I'll ask you a question. How far away does this special sight of yours work?
I have to see them.
Right, but do you
if-
have to look
if I
them
had a-
directly in the eyes, or can you see them from
No,
across the street?
I can see them from across the street. I was trying to find a good sniper perch because I could see him that way. He just wasn't. He hasn't been visible. I think because my coder mate has been at war with him, and so maybe he feels better now. I don't know. I just want to see, because if everyone is convinced that the enemies are him and this sire, but if it's Caleb and Valois, or Caleb or Valois, I have to be able to protect them from these things, and they won't listen to me.
Well, he might be looking for you. He might know who you are, even with your change in appearance. But I don't think he's looking for me. Perhaps if we can figure out where he's to be, I can bring him out someplace that he would be more openly visible.
Yes, then if it is true that he's possessed, then at least I can confirm it and I can tell them that I saw it. But if it's not true, they need to know. And that means that there are other things happening here in the city.
There are certainly other things happening in the city. What was your last information?
Week ago, the Halloween Elysium, they invited everyone to come. I think, I don't know if they invited everyone. I don't think they invited everyone. They invited many people, but you had to go into the underground, be there. So.
And you can't get into the underground because you're being watched.
It was only one night only, but I can't really be seen in public. I think that would count as a breach and kill me. I don't really look human. I mean, I'm not human, so it makes sense that I don't look like that.
I'm a little insulted that I wasn't invited to the Halloween party, but I'm willing to put insult aside to see if I can get us some information.
Right. How can I... Nina, this place, all of the humans that I was set to care for a location, and the people in it, and the location's gone. And I had to give away the people. I had to let them go because the Camarilla was here and they kill people that you know. They do that. So the humans are all gone. So I have only kindred. These are not my kindred, but Montreal could be a place where kindred from all over could be safe and free. Could come here, they could be who they wish to be. They don't have to be enslaved by these organizations. And it was like that. But people are selling us all out. Giving into Nina, I don't know these people and these traditions. I've learned a little bit from Artie. He's taught me mostly what I know. I don't know these traditions, but these traditions they're not mine, and they make me sad. They seem so lost. So I believe in my traditions, and if Hetty believes that these whites can be saved, if that's what she wanted, then it is my responsibility to do it. And if my entire purpose for being created, the entire reason I have been given this privilege, this special gift, this blessing, to be given second life and to hold within me a God, then I must use that. And if the place I was supposed to use it is no longer here, then it doesn't exist anymore, then I have to use it here in Montreal. So
It's noble of you. I won't deny that. It's incredibly noble. And I respect your traditions and your beliefs. But I think we can do everything that you're wanting to do without the necessity of sacrificing yourself. Lucky, I
I
really
hope
do
not.
think there is more for you than you believe.
Oh, no, you misunderstand me. There is everything for me. If I am Kolo, then I will be Magaji. Montreal will be mine. If they cannot govern it, then I will govern it. It will be the city that I stalk, protect, and keep free, and I will kill any of those who would destroy the peace and freedom of this city. I will no longer run from the God within me and the power that I have been given by divine to protect through violence if necessary.
Now that's what I like to hear. I think we can absolutely get this done.
So let me ask you, if you are the only ministry in this place, then you too are Kolo. What may I do for you?
And I think we're gonna pause on this. Partly because I need to do something with all that coffin. But also so we can take a quick break. And yeah, see what Nina can do for Dixon. Stick around,
What
everyone.
Dixon can do for Nina?
Or Dixon can do for Nina. Yeah. So we will be right back, everyone. back. And we left on a question.
So what can I do for you?
Dangerous asking me that. There's so many things. I think first.
Now, if I'm bad at it, I'll let you know. Like, I'm not really good at breaking and entering. Not particularly sneaky.
Oh,
Sadly.
well. See, you had me all excited there for a second.
But I can do other things, though, including woodworking. I had to, I mean, I can do vampire things, but I'm
Lucky,
also
this
a
is
really
why
good
I
carpenter.
adore you. Listen, well, there's no carpentry needed. I'm thinking, first of all, we follow your lead into the sewers. That feels like something that we can do with the least amount of resistance. There's nobody still looking for you to go into that entrance, correct?
I don't know about that. Also, that's a bit more complicated. So there's the sewers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the Sabbat had, like, ancient temples and scary places, and that's where the Second Inquisition went, and they blew everything up with explosives. And no one has figured out how to get into those places. As far as I can tell, I know of 2 possible entrances. One which I think is watched, one which is probably also watched, less public, but that's thing is, I know that she was in Montreal looking for someone who had knowledge about a thing called Golconda. And this Golconda, she says that the vampires from here have some ideas about it, but maybe not all. But she was looking for this person because this person who knows about Golconda might be the key to reversing what happened to the whites. And I don't know who this person is or where they would be found. I imagine if they're still around, they'd be in hiding somewhere. It's a big city. I don't know where they'd be a boat, but they'd be someone who was from the Sabbat time who would know about this thing.
Don't you think a crumpled ancient city underground would be a pretty good place to hide?
Yes. I wanted to say something. It's kind of awkward, and I understand that my position is not secure, so it's mostly, the word, speculative. So, I understand you may not take this for much value considering my position.
Lucky, just go ahead. I'm comfortable with several positions.
Oh. Yeah, you are the Queen of Halifax, and I propose that I am not yet Magaji of Montreal. Many people have to die first, and I must take territory and be recognized. But when I do, I propose an alliance between Halifax and Montreal. I see you as my ally, and I understand that this is a promise made on paper or sand because I'm not yet Magaji, but I just say that I, in my mind, see an alliance between the Queen of Halifax and the Magaji of Montreal when the time comes that I am Magaji.
I don't understand the significance of the things that are important to you. I fully admit to that. And I would be happy to make an alliance with you now, whenever. But I will leave it to you when you're most comfortable, when you feel you're in a position that would make you feel worthy of an alliance.
But you have my alliance already. I just know that I do not yet have the power to come to you as
Dixon,
an equal leader.
Dixon, you have the power to come to me as a friend. Is that not enough?
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, where is this entrance that you say is less watched?
This is where the trouble is. It involves the church.
Ugh,
And probably the Second Inquisition.
ghastly.
Yes. There is a building that is, I think technically it's not a church anymore. I think it's like a housing for retired priests or some sort of church administrative building or housing building on a hill.
Can I just interrupt for a quick second? You're talking about the entrance
Please.
to the underground that you found in season 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not the one in the square that's being watched by la-di-da-di everybody.
Yeah, no, it's
but-
because for half a second I thought, I don't know why I got it mixed up with the Elysium of last week.
No. It's the one from
Yes,
season 1.
Yep.
That's up on the hill.
up on the hill. The
I'm
brother,
trying to find the name of it.
Frères de la Charité, the Brothers of Charity.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the Brothers of Charity. But it's run by them, and there's a map. I think that's one of the entrances to it, but I'm pretty sure that's some sort of Second Inquisition
Ugh.
hideout.
Well, what about the other option, the one that's a little more public?
There's an abandoned building, and the feeling of there's a bad feeling there, like an ancient power still exists and is waiting. And the thing is, there are a lot of unhoused people sitting around, and there's some sort of mystical blanket over the area. I wanted to just go and check it out. I was going to go get my ladder and overalls and just go in. You look like a city worker. You can go into a lot of abandoned places. I just wanted to go in there and look. But I wanted to talk it through with my coterie first, and then they told Caleb about it. I had to wait until the coast was clear.
Well, while I do appreciate the innovativeness of role-playing as a city worker, we do have other options. I could just become undetectable and go in that way. That is something I could do. I'm not sure how I could get you in, though.
It's an abandoned building. I mean, the only thing is, you got him without being seen. That would be something. I just worry a bit that that they are an alarm system. Somebody goes in, they'll let someone know. But I still have my toolbox. I sold most of my stuff. I don't have a place to store it, but I still have my toolbox. I'd have to pick it up.
Where is your toolbox being stored?
I've got a place. It's not dangerous or anything like that.
All right, it can't hurt. Could stop by there first and then see what our options are about getting underground. I would very much like to get underground if entirely possible. I believe that is our best first stop.
Have you ever heard of a Golconda?
No, I'm afraid I'm not familiar.
Some sort of I don't exactly know what it is, but all right. So I still have I have my overalls and I have my toolbox. I've got a couple of things left. Not many, but I've got a couple of things. Getting that, wear that over my hoodie. Might give us some kind of cover. Don't have my truck though.
And where's
The
your
Archon.
truck?
I had to abandon it. The Archon figured out it was mine, so I can't use it anymore.
Well, maybe we can convince someone to let us borrow a truck. Or we could just walk, whatever you're most comfortable with.
Been doing a lot of walking. If you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
Okay. City is beautiful, and the people in the city need something. Let's go.
All right.
We're gonna have to walk to the central bus terminal. Bus train terminal.
To Bonaventure, which is, by the way, where Nina, that Caleb's office is. You're basically going to walk by there.
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, he hoods back up again.
Yeah. And then that walk up to where they are is it's gonna take maybe a good, it's an hour. It's a good hour to cross. I mean, right now, night-wise, assuming sun goes down at 8, even though it's a bit sooner, you arrived in Montreal maybe 11:30. After all that chit-chat's probably around midnight to 1 a.m. By the time you reach that place, you will have a few hours. But you'll have
How
to
did you get to the warehouse? How did you get to the warehouse? I think that would be my question, because he gets everywhere by walking because he no longer has any transportation. He had a bike, but he no longer has that bike either. So he has to walk everywhere. But how did Nina get from the airport or wherever she was getting from to the warehouse?
I can answer that because I know that she doesn't have any dots and resources either. She walked.
Oh, nice. Oh. Yeah, nice. 4 people together. Woo! Nice.
I can't even afford the Uber.
You could, but the question is
but it takes a lot of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. He used to have resources. Yeah, he no longer has resources. He has lost some stuff since you last saw him. So I think we walk together. Is it a nice walk?
Lovely, crisp walk.
And he would point out the parts of Montreal. He would during the course of the walk, he would give her a tour because he figures she doesn't really know Montreal because he does not know that she does know Montreal. And so he would
I'm brand new here.
Brand new. So he would point out the things that he likes about it, or the things that he knows about it from the docks to the bus terminal. And it would probably be very Dixonish, like interesting things about architecture, neighborhoods, like who lives in which places, the those are the things, and because of his history, it would probably be a lot of immortal things because he doesn't really know a lot of kindred politics yet. Although he's going to have to learn them. But he would be like, "Oh, that's this neighborhood. That's who lives here." You kind of just give you this story of, and it's a lot of
basically what
like-
you would be crossing, just so you know, is you would walk up the fastest way is to walk up downtown, and then to go by Westmount, which is where all the like estates and whatever houses of the very rich, and to just cross that as you like slowly walk up a gentler slope of the mountain to get to where you need to go, which is past the oratory, which is like one of the biggest landmark. You would also walk by the giant iron cross that we have on top of the mountain.
we would not be passing by the downtown entrance to the old spot area, would we? Which is by that square.
Wait, repeat that.
Because there are two entrances that we know of. There's the one that's up on the hill, and there's the one that's by the square with that old sort of abandoned building where the big explosion happened.
I mean, you know that there is something nearby, but no one's been investigating either.
I have actually I know which building to go into. I just didn't.
Yes, but
checked it out, but I didn't go in yet.
Yeah.
No, have not been in. But are we going by that building on our way over?
No, but it's a short detour that would take about a half hour. Like it would add a half
I
hour
would just-
to your trek.
I don't think we'd go there first, but I'd point out it's that way, right? That the city entrance is that way, or the city possible entrance is that way. Do we cross Little Italy in our journey?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
You're
good. I just
going
need to know.
Other side of the mountain. I mean, you can go through Little Italy if you want to. It's just going to take you like 2 hours instead.
No.
You're basically closer already to where that place is than the other. Of course, as you walk down the street, like you cross like people, humans. There's not a whole lot of them.
All hooded up.
Mostly they have like scarves, hoodies or beanies. It's getting close to like 30 Fahrenheit at this point.
Yeah.
So it's cold. It's cold.
And I would take her to the bus terminal. The central bus train station.
That would be like
I'd say
10 minutes after you've left the docks.
Yeah, so it's like a 10-minute walk to get to the main. Yeah. So it's a 10-minute walk. So we'd get to the train station, the main bus train terminal. I'd say, if you'll just wait here, I'll be right back.
Sure.
Nina?
I'm going to go off.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're going to do. But that's
Kill
why
someone.
I want Nina to roll something. I want you to roll a resolve and awareness.
Oh boy.
As Dixon is going. So, to recap, you can click on the die next to awareness on your sheet. Then it's going to ask you your stat. You say resolve. There's no bonuses, no difficulty. You can leave it at 2. That's 3 successes. As you're waiting so you're underground where the train and bus terminals are, and it's these essentially it's like these two, I'm not going to say it completely symmetrical, but they're almost like a mirror of one another. Almost. 2 rooms that are like on each side of the terminal. And because it's all glass, you can see in the other room as well, like past the parking lot where the buses are. And as Dixon leaves and you look around, you would notice like there's already like a handful of Caleb's agents here. Either human servants who aren't necessarily aware of Caleb's nature, others are ghouls. No other kindred per se. But like you know that this place is watched.
Watched, yeah.
None of them, however, seem to follow Dixon. You're fairly certain they saw him, but they might not know who he is. They might not care. But after a couple of minutes, Dixon, you retrieve from the locker. Dixon is still gone, that you receive a phone call. Nina, I would like to know. On the caller ID, when your boss calls, what's written?
Probably just says boss man.
Good evening, Miss Parker.
Good evening. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering how your encounter went. I have been told that you are somewhere in the vicinity right now. I am too busy for pleasantries, but...
Well, I'm trying to get to where you asked me to go. It's taking a bit longer than anticipated, but we are heading there as quickly as can be expected. I'm told that a couple of the places to get in there are watched.
Yes. How is the boy?
The boy? As good as can be expected, I suppose. He knows not much. And what he does know is questionable.
Would that things were simpler. Well, he has a part to play and he will play it. Let me know when you do find a way in.
I will let you know, but you and I may be crossing paths sooner than later. I did have some other questions that I think you might have some answers for.
And you would see, if we cut the camera to inside Caleb's office, there was just a wall of video footage of all the CCTV cameras. And he's watching Dixon, like, opening the locker, taking his stuff. And he replies, well, there's still a few minutes before he comes back. What can I help you with?
He seems to think that there's something going on with some individual called the Prince. Seems very ostentatious. Was wondering if there was anything you know about him, or what's going on, or where we could find him. Just to talk, have a nice little chat.
In the future, I would advise you refer to the Prince as His Highness.
Oh.
It will ensure your continued survival.
Well, you know me, I do like surviving.
As for meeting with His Highness, this is a rather difficult endeavor. Some miscreants have made it all the more harder to get Prince Hilkers out of his tower.
What brand of miscreants exactly?
Your new friend Dixon knows of them. They've not made any real threats, but have been enough of a thorn that they spooked the prince. He does not want to be seen as weak, and so he has opted not to be seen at all.
Well, we wouldn't want to spook His Majesty. So there's no possibility at all that we could just bump into him somewhere. It doesn't need to be a long meeting. I'd just like to see who we're dealing with.
If I do this for you and for this Dixon, I will need you to do something more than just finding the underground route for me.
I hardly expected less. What would you
Yes.
like me to do?
Let's not start with my demands. Let's start with how I can help. How far away from the prince does he need to be, and will he be armed?
Within eye line, and no arming was mentioned. I think he just wants to see him, to witness him. Is that something you can arrange?
I can arrange for the prince to be visible for a brief moment.
How brief?
A minute.
We can work with that.
You will need to get Dixon to a certain location. The GM has to open his map for a second. Because like hell, I know Montreal by heart.
But you know Montreal by night.
Yes.
She
Yes.
said the name of the game. We're done. We're done. Okay. Okay. So theoretically, if I look for these, no, not 100. Gosh darn it. All right, thank you. And I go for this. There, I just need to make sure there's an actual. Okay. Your friend will need to go to a place that is known to him, called the Hunter's Green. If he goes to the top, there are binoculars. Mr. Porter has left some of them, I guess for sentimentality's sake. I doubt Arthur needs to count the quarters that are inserted in this as part of his fortune. Needless to say, one of them gives on to the 1000 de la Gauchetière, which is, you would know, Nina, is the building that you are standing under at the moment. The prince's office is at the very top, inaccessible from the inside, save for those who know how. But it is just panes of glass between the inside and the outside. Through the binoculars, there I can arrange a possibility for the prince to be visible. This is the most I am willing to do. In exchange, you will make it so that Mr. Dixon meets with me. Not tonight, but within the week. Do whatever it takes, convince him, or choose to displease me. It is up to you.
I'll make sure it gets done.
You have 45 minutes to get to the green and get ready. And he hangs up. And as he hangs up,
Bastard!
Dixon basically arrives like a few feet away from you, almost as if he knew when to end the call.
And Dixon has got like, he's got like his woodworking kit and a pair of overalls. Oh, he probably actually stopped up at the bathroom first to change. So he put the overalls on, and he's still got his hoodie on, and he's carrying this, woodworker's toolkit, looking like a worker. He comes up, got my stuff.
And you look smashing. But there's somewhere we need to be. Now,
Okay.
do you have any idea
either-
where the Hunter's Green is?
Yes, that's in Artie's territory. It's his domain.
Is there some way
can-
we can get there?
You can walk. How far of a walk is it?
7 minutes.
It's not too far.
Okay. We'll go
Why?
first. No, I'll explain. We'll
Dinner?
go first, and
I'm
then
not really dressed for
no,
dinner.
no. Don't worry about dinner. We'll find something to nibble on later. For now, Hunter's Green.
Sure. Okay. Well, from if we go to the top, I can point out where I think one of the. I think it's a bad entrance, but I can point out where it is. And I can't 100% guarantee there's an entrance there, but from the maps, I think it's just a bad. Let's go.
Good plan.
So as we're walking, it's only like 7 minutes. Why do you want to go to the Hunter's Green? Do you want to meet Artie?
No. I
he
would
may not be
prefer
there.
to. No, that's
Oh,
all right. Whether he's there or not is of no concern to me. That place was there were lots of eyes on us, and I was able to make some calls while you were getting dressed in your get up here. And I was told that if we head up to the green in 45 minutes time, that we would be able to use the binoculars to see the prince through his office window.
Oh.
I feel like that's going to be our best hope
Right.
for spotting him, as you hoped to do.
Right. Okay. And I can point out a couple places you might want to know about. Okay. When someone has royal like you do have a network. That's really good.
Yes, it's great having resources available to me. Shall we walk?
Yes. Let's go. And he would point out a couple other places, right? Like he'd point out, like, you see that fence over there?
Mm-hmm.
I fixed that fence. It was broken. There was actually really bad, not very secure. And over there, and he's like,
I need to mention also, a major part of your walk to get there is by the right side of the cathedral. That is where the Second Inquisition is.
Which is right
If you
across
take
from where the building
direct
is,
route,
right?
Like it's huh?
Which is right next to where the building is, right?
Yeah.
Just in the same square.
Because it's basically
Yeah.
Tower of the Prince, Basilica, Park, where the entrance to the Sabbat Temple used to be.
Yep. And I just say, do you feel anything when we get to that square? What was it called? It was like Saint
Dorchester Square.
Dorchester Square. When we get to Dorchester Square, I just say, do you feel anything?
How would I determine that? Is that a roll?
Well, I'm looking at your sheet here to make sure that you don't have any like flaws that are like, oh, burnt by crosses. So that is fine for now. Oh, well, yes, actually. So it's not so much the church is those giant spotlights that they use to brighten up like from the bottom to make it look, impressive.
Ugh.
They are bright enough that from across the street it doesn't damage you, but you can feel the rash incoming.
Maybe we walk a bit faster.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And he will just stand on, you know how you would like stand on the side of the street so that the lady wouldn't get splashed with mud? I stand on the side of the street so the lady doesn't get splashed with churchiness.
So you put yourself in between the lady and Jesus.
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Leave
and we walk-
some
Leave room for Lucky.
for-
Yeah. You have to leave some room for Lucky. And as we're going, and I'll say, just tell me if you feel anything. This is where it is.
Honestly, I can't really
Maybe.
feel anything apart from the light. It's very unpleasant. If we could
Okay.
keep walking.
Yeah. We move quickly. And I go, that guy over there, that house, that belongs to a guy named Leo. He likes Heineken.
Dude,
His
you
dad
are,
used to be a
you are
trash
far
collector.
from Leo's house. I'm just gonna fix that.
Really?
Because
I thought that was...
Yeah, you are far from his place. Because essentially you're all within the same block at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's... You haven't... Leo's house, if you want to know, compared to where you are, would be a detour from your original path that you wanted to take.
Because he's in Little Italy, right? And the Hunter's Green is as well?
No, the Hunter's Green is like a block away from
The downtown.
to the prince's office.
Office.
Sorry. No, it's not the
so-
restaurant that the Hunter's Green is the nightclub that's at the top of that skyscraper.
So I'm going to take her to the Hunter's Green, and I have been there before. Is there a way to get in that is subtle?
So I will ask you a question, and unless Pope in chat decides otherwise, since you were part of the coterie, technically you should have a VIP card. Which, if we remember things that occurred last season, those VIP cards don't necessarily have a they don't have like a photo or a name on it. They have a number and a barcode. You just show it, they scan, it beeps green, you go in. The VIP card lets you have a +1 for sure. Plus, judging by Nina's stats,
I could get us in if it doesn't work.
yes, she can probably do the thing if you don't want to use. Because if you use the card,
It's tracked.
Arthur will know that you've been to his club tonight.
Yeah. And there's the only way to get in is through the VIP pass.
Well, it's if you don't have the VIP pass, you're gonna have to wait. Then you're gonna have to pay cover. Then you're going to miss
Can we just-
your window.
Yeah. We just go in the back.
It would be a tad more complicated because if you get seen, then that becomes an issue. And I am fairly certain that the security at the Hunter's Green is
really good.
Somewhat better, yeah, given who's the owner.
I don't know if I have a VIP card.
Well, I would assume that you and Flory, I was gonna say Arthur, but of course, that you and Flory have one because of the whole like part of the same coterie. And so if you need to go to the Hunter's Green, but that's an assumption on my end. Pope can correct me in chat if he doesn't want to, if he wants to be a bad friend and not give you a VIP pass to his exclusive nightclub. That's his prerogative. Lucky has a card.
Okay. Let's just say, would you do the talking? And he just like hunches himself down so that no part of his face is visible.
Sure. Are we using your card or no?
Well, that's the only way I know to get in.
All right. Well, let me try something. Come with me.
Oh, okay.
She'll go up to the bouncer at the front door.
It's one of those, like, built like a refrigerator type of person.
Right.
Well dressed, though, like impeccably dressed, but still has like a neck the size of their head. Like the width of their head, if not more. Trapeze for days.
Yeah. No neck.
No neck. That's the most important part. Then you can't be choked. No neck, immune to choke.
Oh, that's a shame. I would like to use compel.
Okay, so you walk up to him and you lock eyes with them, and I need to check what compel does again. What does it do?
It just says
You get to give
clear,
me a
concise
command.
instruction to cause someone to do something within reason.
Ah, yes. Okay, it is free, and I just need to check because he's an unsuspecting mortal.
Yep, that means no roll.
Yeah, I think it goes in. No problem. What is that? Sorry, still getting used to that new interface in Adobe, and now the bookmarks are on the right hand side instead of the left, and I'm all lost.
Yeah, no roll is required against an unprepared mortal victim. Commanding a resisting victim, a victim the vampire has previously dominated in the same scene, or another vampire requires a contest.
It is free. So you need though to. So what's going to happen is, he needs to be able to fulfill your command within 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But he will follow it to the letter, like a puppet. So you need to phrase it in a way that an automaton would be able to do it.
Let me see. My friend and I are to be let into this club, but you're not to let anyone know we're here.
It works, but he's not going to... The way you phrase it, he's not going to let anyone know you were here for the next 3 seconds.
That's fine. We slip past him.
Yeah. So he just looks, basically, scans the line and ignores the two of you as you make your way in. You take the elevator.
There's an elevator. And I take her to the elevator.
Yeah, and of course the VIP elevator, you don't really have to wait.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way to the top.
And
there's the...
I
I
gesture
don't have boom boom
for the
music
queen.
again,
Oh.
which is something that we needed last time.
Yep.
I can probably put this.
I imagine it's windy up there.
Sure. Bit violent as far as songs go, but
That's fine. They play fight music in the club all the time.
Yeah. That's
It's pretty aggressive techno, is what we got.
yeah.
Some drum and bass.
But it is a full club tonight, and without a check, to your greatest displeasure, Miss Barker, your stalker is by the bar. Because, he probably knows that Nina Barker is back in town, and he probably knows that she, visits clubs, so he might just be, touring them all.
That's very stalkerish behavior.
Wonderful.
And inappropriate. Just pointing it out.
He hasn't seen you yet. There's still quite a bit of people, quite a crowd, but you can see him through, like, some people.
Cool.
I suppose I don't see him or know his significance.
Probably
Yeah, and
not.
I cannot do unseen passage because I can't do it while people are looking at us and we're in the middle of the club.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, everyone's
Yeah.
watching. Like
Yeah.
there's always someone looking at you, especially given.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
have? No, you only have fame.
Hotness?
No, she doesn't have the hotness merit, but she
I have
does
fame,
have
but
fame.
I also have fame, but I'm hooded. I'm incognito.
I'm going to put Lucky between me and the stalker, just sort of like as a human
Hey.
shield.
Like Jesus. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
I am the space between you and Jesus and also the stalker.
And also the
I
stalker.
hope your stalker's name is Chad. Like,
The one thing that needs to be known too is Nina Barker is somewhat of a known name on the alternative kink scene.
which Dixon does not know of.
No, but anyone who knows of has seen or heard of Nina Barker. So
Luckily, the people who know me, for whom my fame is, they are not in this club. So that's pretty good. They don't hang out in this club.
And we
What?
get to wherever we're going as quickly
Yeah.
as possible.
This way. Sure. Yeah. And I'm gonna lead. I'm like, is there churchiness? Like, but as we sort of go as quickly as possible to us with the elevator to get to the very top.
can I get Dixon to make a roll for me?
Yes. Absolutely.
Can you make
And that roll is
charisma stealth?
okay. -4, I assume.
Because it's -4
Because
when you
it deals
interact
with mortals.
No, but it's when you interact
Mortals,
with
yeah.
humans. So right now it's not a human interaction.
Okay. All right, because otherwise, I'm not stealthy. I have 0 stealth. 1 success.
Thank you.
I will willpower that.
Okay. So re-roll that one die.
And yeah, we'll re-roll the 1 die. It may not do it, but I will see what I can do. Yes, 2.
Okay, 2 successes.
2 out of 2.
Let me just.
Yes.
Okay.
I can be charismatic to undead, but humans are like, ooh, what is up with you? That's a bad vibe.
Well, it's mostly It's a case where the -4 would not make sense. Well, I mean, would it have? Yeah, kind of not. Anyway, it's okay because you got the same amount. So I've made my note and moving on. No one stops you, by the way. No one seems to have recognized you, or recognized Nina for that matter.
I'm a little insulted.
Well, it's not the same clientele. You figure some of it has some overlap, for sure.
Sure.
But it's a dark club with barely any light, loud music, unless you make your presence known, you're fairly certain that people aren't going to pay attention. And you reach the outside, basically the terrace at the top with the observation deck, and you have like all of those like little binoculars you can pay like 25 cents to watch in. And of course there's one that is, you know, lined up with the glass tower of the 1000 de la Gauchetière. At this point, we can, if you want to prep, you still have like 15 minutes ahead of you for sure to kill.
And I would point out the creepy building. I'd say, like, down there, that's a possibility. It might not actually be an entrance, but there's definitely... There are definitely people who are quite aggressive, just always hanging out there. And
You don't know if that's an entrance.
it's a likely entrance. I mean, that's where it was. That's the, let's say, easiest possible way to go. But again, no one really knows what's down there, or if there's anything down there at all. There's a bit of a, I mean, as far as I knew, the whole thing was blown up by the Second Inquisition. But everybody else seems to think that they're just a bunch of Sabbat hanging out there, just hanging out, having lunch with traps. So they don't think I should go down there because it's probably just full of traps.
But you know that there's
ancient.
something down there.
Well, I don't actually know that at all. Artie's convinced that there's an ancient vampire like him of his lineage down there doing things, but I mean, for all I know is that the Second Inquisition went through there and blew everything up. I don't know if there's anything left or not. Everyone else is sort of certain that there's all sorts of things there, but I can't imagine that if the Second Inquisition went through there that they would have left anything standing. So I have no idea what's down there.
You're
I
just
just-
talking yourself
Well-
out of it. Weren't we going to go
No,
down
I just-
there?
I just wanted to see the place where she had been. I thought maybe I could get a vibe, you know?
Exactly, so we still need to go down there.
Right, but it'll be dangerous, and gotta watch out. We've got to make sure that a couple of things, right? So everybody else is convinced that's 1,000 traps. I just feel like we just poke our head down there and see what's down there. And maybe there's something, maybe there's not. But, you know, feel like you just take a look, and from there you can figure out what the next step is.
Sure. If
You know.
we need help getting down there, maybe we could ask for some help.
No, I think that really we could get in the building. But there are all those unhoused people down there who I think are some kind of warning system. Right over there's the church. But if we could get in, we could see if there's an entrance. I'm hoping there's some sort of trap door or some way into a basement to get in. That's one of the entrances. I just want to see. I mean, everybody's talking like this is some sort of El Dorado, but I can't imagine there's really anything left. Because from what I understand, that I saw the footage, there was video footage of the Second Inquisition going through there and just shooting everyone and just killing everyone. So I can't, and the whole thing was exploded. There was like construction for ages. I just can't imagine there's much left. But so I don't know why anyone else wants to go there or find it. I just want to see where she was.
That's as good a reason as any. And besides, what better place is there to hide than someplace that you think that nobody else would want to go into, right?
I suppose. figure she must have moved on and isn't here anymore. But look, we can just take a look. But
Sure.
you wanted to be up here for a reason.
The prince. Fuck. When is he
Oh.
going to be showing up?
You've
I
got
was told we had 45
you've got
minutes.
like 2 minutes.
He'll be at his window. I'm not. Do I know which window it is?
Penthouse,
You
right?
said top of the tower, so
I assume it's by the top. It's at the top of the tower somewhere. I don't.
Oh.
You've got to get on those binoculars and look.
Oh, okay, hold on. You have to give me a moment.
How much is the moment?
He does like what seems like a little bit of a ritual, where he's speaking in a language I doubt you speak, sort of mumbling slightly, sort of making a beat, and he then opens up his eyes, and you can see that kind of sort of supernatural glow to them
Mm-hmm.
as he goes into the visual thing and starts to scan.
We only have a minute. Shit.
so even with the binoculars, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. You will get 3 tries, Dixon. To make
With
a-
wits aspects, I assume.
No, because not aspects, because once you see the prince, you're fine. The question is do you find the prince? We're playing Where's Waldo? And your whoops, sorry, I had to check a thing. So it's not that he's hidden necessarily, it's just that your cone of vision is so wide from where you are that or so restricted with the binoculars that you need to at least get an idea of where. So it's a difficulty 4.
Wits awareness.
Wits awareness. You get up to 3 tries.
I will. All right, we'll do it like this just first. Wits awareness. Three out of 2. Three successes.
But it's difficulty 4. So right now you're
difficulty
missing,
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're missing 1.
Okay. All right.
Do you spend the
scanning.
willpower?
It's a 3. Yeah, I will spend the willpower for that. Four.
It took you about 25 seconds. Looking. So you're going to have 35 seconds left. But at some point so it's not in the top of the tower. In fact, you've realized very quickly that like the last quote unquote 5 floors, there's nothing. It's just a glass ceiling. He's a little under there, like 51st floor type of thing, just about. All that you see are these massive curtains, blackout curtains that cover the entire floor. But you would notice that one of the curtains wafts gently from some wind or something, air current, and it leaves just enough of a sliver. At some point you notice Martin Hilgers pass by this sliver, and you would even see maybe like part of the white face of Caleb who's talking to him. You have your ancestor's vigilance up, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The ancestors give me sight
you
beyond
would
sight.
indeed notice that there seems to be a third person, but it's really just a blur of... It almost looks like Ilkers has a giant cat sitting on his shoulders. You see it from the back, but it kind of looks like a human head-ish, and like half a torso that seems to just fade, disappear. It is difficult to make out any details. But as far as auras go, you know that an aura should not be that well defined.
What about Caleb? Since he's there as well.
You barely saw Caleb. What do you want to know?
What do I see when looking at the unseen?
I need to be reminded what everything else that Sense the Unseen does. 'Cause
Let's
it's
see.
based on the emotion, right?
No,
no,
it says
because that's
vampire
Scry
become
the Soul.
attuned. It is Scry the Soul. You become attuned to dimensions beyond the mundane, allowing them to sense presences otherwise hidden from the naked eye. This can be anything from another vampire
You don't see
using.
anything for Caleb. I mean, you see Caleb.
Okay.
But
Right.
there's no
But
aura,
no-
because it's not Scry the Soul.
no
So you
weirdness.
don't see like his emotional state and shit.
There's no.
Yeah, no.
There's no weird.
No, there's
unseen
no like weird
presence hanging
face hovering over him.
There's
or
no
anything.
face coming out of his face. Okay, just wanted to know if he had a weird face, because I mean he could. And I'm like, can I get and this figure? Can I get anything about them at all? Like any vibe about what kind of spirit?
All that you know is that it is a short-haired,
Okay.
looked blonde, looked feminine from where you were. Like the frame of this spirit, of this specter, if you would, is smaller than Hilker's frame. But it's not a full body apparition. Full body apparition. It's not a full body apparition either. It's just what would be like a bust hovering.
Is it coming out of Hilker's?
No, it's more like, well, it's hard to say from where you are. It's either coming out from like between his shoulder blades, or it's like a veil that falls on him. And that ends, you know, basically where his chest is.
Like a little capelet?
Yes, a Val-shaped capelet. It's just that Dixon never saw Val, so he has no idea.
Yeah. He's trying to get as much as he can detail-wise so he can describe it, right? So that he can
And
make a good description.
that sliver of an opportunity
And then
was like 3 seconds total.
Yeah.
You are fairly certain that right before it ended, Caleb looked in your direction, like past the prince. But from where you are, without the binoculars, unless he has like telescopic vision, there is no way
Yeah.
he can see.
All right. We should head on out and we can talk.
Did you see him?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here.
We're gonna go through the club and get to.
Hey, it's Miss Barker! Hey, Miss Barker!
Fuck. We get
There's
out of here
this-
as quickly as possible.
Half-drunken man coming out He has a very intricate cocktail in one hand. He spills almost half of it. Looks like he could very well be the singer of a like hipster folk band. You know those band that just sings in haze and haws with like a strumming guitar. Yeah, you know, the thick rimmed glasses. No hat on his head, but just like coiffed hair gelled a little bit.
Beard? See a facial hair?
Yes, a well-trimmed, well-defined beard. And he looks kind of pale, with wearing right now what is essentially just a nice white-ish dress shirt with black suspenders holding his pants, and of course the suspenders are snaps, not buttons.
Of course. I'm surprised he's not wearing a lumberjack shirt, you know, just...
Due to the weather up here, we wear those unironically. I will let you know. But no, he's not. He was inside. There were people. But he points. Oh, and by the way, his hands are both like completely tattooed. And he just like points to Nina and like walks up, and of course, Nina, this is
remember, Holy Ghost, right there. Dixon is the Holy Ghost. In between,
you put yourself in
Nina.
between.
Of course.
Do you do anything aside from just moving in front of him?
Put my hand out like a bodyguard would do, or somebody trying to stop paparazzi from seeing a famous person.
No, it's okay. We know each other. We dated. It's fine. It's fine.
What?
I'm afraid Miss Barker's not taking any fans.
Nina,
not taking fans.
Would you mind making a charisma intimidation check for me?
Okay.
And you do not have the 4 dice. I believe they turn into a bonus when you're trying to scare the bejesus out of people.
I believe that might be the case because, you know, I've got a bad vibe. Mortals are like, you have a bad vibe. Like you might want to, you have a bad vibe. 7. I just say, keep my head down, right? I'm just like, Miss Barker's not talking to fans.
What the fuck is this?
And I just kind of push.
And he walks back and he's visibly scared. The glass is now shaking, not because he's drunk, but because he's terrified. And he goes, "What the fuck, Nina? What is that? You end up with all the dirt bags and the shit stains, and you deserve better than him." And he's starting to make a bit of a fuss, but he's not assuming it enough that people are turning. Like, some people glance. You can easily end this right now if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna... Dixon, just give me a moment. She'll go over to the guy who's making a fuss about things. She will take the fancy drink from his hand, put her like fingers on hand on his face like this, and I'm going to use compel. And she's just going to say, "Shush." That's it. And then we'll leave.
Well, he doesn't say anything.
Mm.
And he will
I
not
walk out
wash
with Miss
his
Barker.
beard for like 2 weeks.
I memorize his face.
I will need
on the
to
way
get
out,
an image of this hipster. I have
and
one.
on our way down, I'm
Nice.
like, "Oh, good. What's
You
his
just have
name?"
one on hand.
Oh, you don't know what his name is, but he is.
No, I asked
will
Nina.
say this: he is an NPC in chapters.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask Nina, what's his name?
Do I know his name?
Very quickly, do you want his real name? or do you want his artist name?
Both.
Both.
Okay, his real name is Etienne Duquette. Okay. And
Okay.
his artist name is Emerlaus. Emerlaus. He makes what's it called? Spoken word poetry with musical accompaniment.
Of course
But
he does.
He is also but you know him because of the kink scene.
Mm-hmm.
And he's big. He's into it, but probably not the person who can find a partner to indulge in with.
Don't worry about him.
I'd get us out of there. Like, he seems to be a problem.
Oh, he's not a problem. He won't be a problem. Don't worry. He won't alert anyone that we're here.
He seems to give you trouble.
So many people give me trouble. It's what happens when you're the queen.
Yes,
Let's get to the
that makes sense.
underground. Yes. Somewhere where there's less people.
And Dixon just makes a note of this man's name and his face. Just makes a note of it. That's all. As they walk out towards, out of the Hunter's Green, towards the square, Dorchester Square, where the big church is, where Jesus is. Yeah. And actually, we're going to head out towards the back. So, like, not the square itself, but the back side of that one building.
Mm-hmm.
Just, you know, in those Telltale games are like, so-and-so will remember this. Dixon's going to remember your stalker. That's all. Just going to remember your stalker. But for no reason.
For all of you watching at home, if you have the link to the Legend Keeper under Mortals, there he is.
Let's see. Hello, mortals.
Would be the last one because I haven't. I'm gonna put them alphabetically. Sword ascending.
Currently Nina's stalker. Right. Yep. Currently Nina's stalker. We're gonna go around to the back of this abandoned and locked up building. Wanting to see if you still have the unhoused people hanging out.
You want to know where? Going out the back for?
We want to go to the
Easily
back
capable.
of that abandoned building that we think is the entrance or one of the possible entrances.
The destroyed place. Yeah.
And the last time there were unhoused people being fairly aware.
Oh, they are still there. A different gang this time, of course. Different group of people. But there's definitely like about 15 houseless people. Most of them, especially at this time of night, are asleep, either huddled together in sleeping bags. One has like made a sort of a tent nearby. Others have tried to like make a sort of a nook with rubble and pieces of like discarded, broken like fence planks and such.
And like we are probably we're like probably across the street, right? And he would say, "Look over there. I think they're the alarm system."
Do I recognize them as anything special? No.
They do not work for Caleb. And in fact, I will ask you, Miss Barker, to make a intelligence streetwise check
Okay.
with a +1.
Uh, 2 out of 2.
Cool. You kind of recognize one of them. It's been years. He's grown older, paler, gaunter. But he used to be one of the leg breakers for Santiago. Seems like he's fallen on hard times. Or he's there on purpose. He is currently asleep. He's one of the ones that's like huddled with like 2 other for warmth in like they like tried to zip together a bunch of sleeping bags.
I'm gonna make note of him, but I'm not gonna wake him up. So
we're still like on the other side of still on the other side of the street, so that not to alert those folks to our presence, right?
His name was something like Marcel or Martel or something like that. I mean, it has been years, and he's like one of the many contacts. But that's all you remember.
Okay. I don't think there's as much of an issue here as you seem to think there is, but have you ever considered going straight to the source to avoid these types of things? Asking Caleb for help?
Why would I ask Caleb for help? It's not his place.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you said that you thought that these were his watchdogs.
No. I think they're the watchdogs of the Second Inquisition.
That is troublesome, but they do seem to be asleep. So if we're quiet, perhaps we can get to the entrance without alerting anyone.
Well, at least I hope it's the Second Inquisition whose watchdogs they are.
As opposed to who?
Well, if Artie's correct and there's some ancient vampire down there who's controlling everything, then that would be bad. Who is going to eat us if he sees us?
Being eaten would be bad, but consider the alternative. What if we find something useful down there? What if we find something that Hetty was looking for that would help us?
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. If these are Second Inquisition guards, I don't want them realizing that we've gone in, you know?
Sure.
And some of them are awake.
How many of them are awake?
Out of the 50, sorry. Out of the 15, there's 4 of them that are awake. There might be a couple more, but you can't see their faces.
Do they seem like they would be tough to slip by without notice?
I mean, you'd have to walk through them, like snake your way through them to get to the entrance. So, not necessarily a problem if you're not making a lot of noise and they are asleep. But for those that are awake, like, they will see you. There's no way you can move past without them seeing you, short of supernatural abilities.
Question.
And or diversion or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a way to get in not that way, like on the other side of the building through a window, that sort of a thing, a boarded up window, something along those lines?
The entrance that was there is like one of those slanted cellar doors from outside.
Yeah, yep.
You have no idea if the inside of that condemned building leads to the same cellar that this is.
Yep.
It could.
So what you're saying is that that cellar door is super suspicious, is what you're trying to tell me.
It's not super suspicious. There are many buildings with those type of cellar doors around. Yeah, no, there literally is all around the island. It's old, and my grandparents used to have one.
Yeah.
In the house where we grew up. It was pretty cool. But yeah, the thing is
Hey.
sometimes those cellars were made to be only accessible from the outside because they
Yep,
were like
outside.
the potato cellar.
Yep.
So you wouldn't really need to go there often.
I am going to make a beat, call upon my ancestors to grant me sight, beyond sight, and activate ancestors' vigilance, to see if there's any kind of unseen things lurking in this space. Because there's a whole thing about somebody freaking out in the middle of Dorchester Square and madness and nobody noticing, and like some kind of weird thing on Dorchester Square that seemed to perhaps a little bit like Aftermath of the Sabbat than it did Second Inquisition. There was something going on. And I don't like this, so I just want to see if there's anything
In one of the corners
seen.
In one of the corners of this courtyard, in like the darkest shadows, there's a white standing abnormally still. Imagine Count Orlok from Nosferatu. You know how like he would stand like this sort of just pose? Essentially, there's a white T-posing in a corner. It is currently asserting its dominance on everyone, but also mostly it has to have such self-restraint to not go berserk.
Did you say that it was asserting its dominance over all of those unhoused people?
It was just a joke about the T-posing.
Well, hey, I just want to know.
No, it seems to be watching them. Like you would eye a buffet waiting for the crab legs to arrive. I have no idea what I'm talking about because I don't like crab legs, but apparently this is something that people enjoy at buffets, so I just repeat it.
I will just tap, I'll just touch Nina's hand. Do you see there in the corner on the left? It's all darkness, but in that corner there is what seems to be a white.
Do you
Do
have
I
sense
see the
the
white?
unseen?
I don't think so. What would that be under?
I'm looking.
I have
you
Eyes
don't-
of the
no, you don't
Beast.
have Auspex. You do have Eyes of the Beast that lets you see through the dark, so I would say if you turn on your eyes, which are already on stream,
Yes.
you would have the possibility of making a wits awareness roll, and the difficulty will be.
Did you get a bonus die? Because I pointed out the
yes, you
the
would
spot?
get a +1 to that, because it would be higher if it were just a regular method of hiding, but it is not.
Yeah.
Difficulty 3.
3. Okay.
Yep. Thanks to
you take
Lucky
your bonus
pointing
die?
it.
Thank you, Lucky.
You see this like gaunt, pale vampire. It looks more like a mummified corpse with fangs that are like as long as a finger, and it's just hiding in a corner, just waiting and looking and not moving. It could almost pass for a Halloween decoration. It's just, you know that the only reason you see it is because you're focused on it. Most people wouldn't pay attention to it.
Oh, unfortunate. Yes, I see it.
That's off.
A bit, yeah.
That's very off. Listen. So, there's speculation about who these guards might belong to. There was already had a feeling of something arcane influencing this whole area. And if there's a white here, and it's like quiet tones, right? It's just not to, right? Then we have perhaps two different possibilities. One, that the Second Inquisition has whites for friends, less likely. Or two, that this is under the command of whatever being is under the city that Artie has sensed. There was a pack of these whites under, that's what I've been told. Some person, perhaps. But here's the thing. Whites, as far as everyone describes them, are mindless and with no control, just frenzying beasts that all they do is attack, and this one is not doing that.
It's just standing there.
That's off. Whites are supposed to be mindless, and this one definitely has a mind.
You remember the last white that we intercepted? It also seemed to have a bit more whatever makes us left than most are supposed to. Do you think there might be
I
connection?
think we should talk to it. Well, I'd hope not. Different places. But why don't we just talk to it? That, by the way, would everyone else would say that's a really bad idea.
That is a really bad idea, Dixon, yes, but you know, some of our most interesting adventures have been from really bad ideas, so I trust you.
And maybe it'll go really badly, but if it's got some kind of either self-control or someone else controlling it, then maybe we can say hi. And that might be something.
I like it. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. I always say, be upfront. Let's go.
And you venture into the courtyard.
Yeah, the alley, right? That was like that cellar entrance was like in the alley between the buildings?
In between, yeah, I call it a courtyard
Yeah.
because it's fenced up
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all that. It doesn't make a move as you approach.
Not getting within melee range, just,
No,
you know.
but as you get within about a couple of yards, you notice the reason why it doesn't make a move. There's a nail planted through its heart.
Hey. Do the unhoused people seem to see it at all? Or no?
Nope. There's a few of them looking at you right now, though.
And I just say, none of your business. And I walk up to it. You hear me? Hey, Brent?
It does not move.
I need a blanket. Nina, can we get a blanket?
Yes, I can get a blanket. I'm gonna go to one of the unhoused persons who's like asleep, maybe has a blanket,
and then take their blanket from them.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to compel them to let me borrow their blanket.
If they're asleep, you don't need to compel them.
Okay.
They will wake up cold, but like it'll take a few minutes.
Well, anyway, I get the blanket. I bring it to Dixon.
I'm gonna save this one. Okay.
Are you sure?
And I'm going to wrap. Yeah. Somebody did this to him or her, them. And that's not right.
Looks like it
It's not right.
probably was a her. At least by whatever's left of the anatomy alone.
It's all right. I got you, friend. And I'm going to wrap the blanket around it,
Mm-hmm.
around her. And then, like in a hug, I'm going to try to get where that nail is and, brace it. So that when I pull the white out, the nail will still stay in the heart, but so will not like go through. I don't want to pull the white off of the nail.
Yeah, you don't want to unimpale it.
The white.
You want to, yeah.
Yeah.
You realize the nail is nailed into the wall behind it. Good couple of inches. You are going to need the force to get it out. What's your strength score? Just based. Oh, you've got potence.
Carpentry set.
I do have.
Well, there's that too.
I've got carpentry tools. I've got potence.
Yeah, you've got.
But I don't have
a.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Feats of strength. Yeah, listen.
Yeah.
If you make a rouse check, that's the only thing you need.
Yep. Succeeded.
Yeah. You
I call upon my ancestors, the piece of divinity that is housed within me, to give me extra strength. And
you pull. And the moment it would come out of the shadows, the moment the nail comes out of the wall, the entire mummy just turns into dust under the blanket. And
I look to Nina.
The nail is so cold it burns.
I wrap it right in the blanket itself, right? So it's not on my flesh.
Imagine, I say nail, it's more like a railroad spike.
Yeah. I'm going to rip the blanket so I have the railroad spike covered, but I have the rest of the blanket so I can give back to Nina. And I hand the blanket back to you as she's gone.
Dixon, I'm sorry.
Hey, my blanket. Hey! And there's like 6 of the houseless people that have gotten up because that person just woke up and they told them and they're pointing in your direction. And he's like groggily getting up.
I'll go give him back his blanket. Here, take it.
With the nail inside?
No. Dixon has the nail.
I ripped the blanket, so I had like a corner of the blanket that is the spike is wrapped up in a corner. Yeah, because I'm strong right now, so I just sort of ripped.
I just needed it for a moment. I apologize. You have it back now. There's no issue.
And talks with the others and like they pack up their thing and they move, but they look very angry. They will remember.
Well,
including her friend, Marcel.
Oh yeah, does it include the?
No, he's still in there.
Still asleep?
Looks asleep.
I look to the queen.
Do you want me to hold on to it?
Did you see? No, I've got it. Did you see their anger? That's what I'm talking about. People being aggravated and angry.
Well, I did take their blanket. I would give it a keep too.
Something a bit more. Is one of the people who's still here, who might be awake.
There's
Excuse me,
person.
buddy.
Like a
Hey, buddy.
young like squeegee. Young, it's hard to tell really, but bright green hair that was probably in a hawk at some point, just faded over his head. He's kind of shivering a bit. What the fuck? I don't have anything for you to steal, man. Just get the fuck out.
I'd like you to talk to my friend here. And he's gonna step back because he's got bad vibes to mortals, real bad vibes. Maybe ask him things. Ask to be here, or saw anything strange, or has been down there. Anything.
Okay.
I can hear you.
He knows. He's a little bit skittish. Don't worry about him. He was badly
listen.
burnt in a fire, and he's very.
I don't care. Look, you got 20.
Do I
That
have
would be your
20?
entire money for like the session.
I have 5. Will that do?
Got $4 and I've got $4.33.
Yeah, like I guess I
don't
can
live
answer
anywhere either.
questions for $9. Get me.
I hand Nina my $5.33.
Okay.
Like it's going to, at least with this he can probably, go sleep in a McDonald's or a Starbucks for a good part of the night. He goes, that thing can't open it. I tried.
The door. You can't open the
It's
door.
like it's jammed or something. Yeah, and strange. The two of you. He takes his stuff
Don't be rude.
and leaves.
Well, wait.
Hey,
What?
You haven't answered anything.
Yes, you asked me what was. You said it was strange. The two of you and the door can't open it.
There's nobody else who's been around here. Did you see there was
There's
a
always
person
a bunch of
standing
people
there?
here, like the people you stole the blanket from.
she gave it back.
I gave it back.
Yeah, after you tore a piece of it. Like, who the fuck does that, man?
You're getting very upset at me, and I've done nothing to you. In fact, I've offered to pay you. I'm only asking that we have a civilized conversation.
You want a civilized conversation? You're gonna give me enough so that I don't have to sleep outside and probably die of hypothermia tonight. How about that?
I
I would
don't
like to-
know if you understand how homeless we are.
Sell her coat, you're probably gonna get a couple nights at a motel for sure.
Appearances.
Make a...
Buddy, I know a place you can sleep.
Are you inviting him over for a snack?
No, but I know an abandoned warehouse.
That is true, though it's not gonna do much for the cold. I was gonna say, can you make...
Better than being outside.
Can you make, with all of your penalties, just roll a single luck die? Because I just checked your sheet and you can only roll a luck die on that, so let's go.
Yep. Like I'm telling you, people do not like me. This is a thing, because I'm a little scary. Let me roll this die. Luck. And I will just note, right? He's got a bad vibe to mortals. That's all.
Yep, that's why you only succeed on a 10, which is not a success.
One success.
No,
Yep.
you would succeed only on a 10, so
Roll the 9.
It's not.
Yeah.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah.
He says, I don't give a shit then. It's fucking, you want in, you go in. No one claimed it. And you can see he's visibly disgusted, but that's his reaction to fear. That's how he reacts he is scared, and he doesn't know why he's scared. Well, kind of. Like, you just, like, came in and just, you know...
Stole a blanket.
Fucking stole shit. Yeah, from homeless people.
Got a weird vibe. Yeah.
Like, you go into the alley, you go, like, neck in the corner for a second, then you steal a blanket, and then you tear it. Like, what the fuck?
I'm on drugs, clear.
Well, also, that's probably what he thinks, is like, I am like 2 seconds from getting, like, probably, like, have my face eaten by some dude on bath salts.
Bath salts, that means I've had a bath. You know what I mean? So I feel like that should be a bonus. You know, like, have bath salts, had a bath. It's probably like a nice jasmine. Probably something very fragrant. Although bath salts, baths.
Essentially, yeah, from what he's going to repeat, he tried opening it. It's just, it looks like jammed from inside. So he, you know, slept nearby instead. He's like, the whole building is abandoned, but there's always like a bunch of squatters inside. And you kind of have to pay them if you want to sleep in.
How much?
More than $9.35. It's cheaper to go to McDonald's. Or even to Molson. And you would have heard about that. Yeah, the Molson mission. It's like it's a homeless house shelter. But it's, you know, first come first serve. So at like 3 a.m, he's not.
I'm sorry, I don't have any more money. I don't have anything myself. That's all I had.
And if you had more humanity, he might have some empathy for you, but he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. And same. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. And I'm not telling him to get empathy. I'm telling to let him know I'm not lying to him. Or holding out, you know? Nina. I was going to tell him about my warehouse, but he's rude, so I'm not gonna.
He's fine.
So I walk over to the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
It says it's jammed.
Maybe for mortal, we could try to pull it open.
Thing is, she was some kind of warning. It's what she was. But who put her there? Them looking at the church, or whatever Artie says is down there. What do you think?
Well, who has access to that type of weapon? Whatever she was staked with, it just destroyed her.
She must have been very old.
Yeah, the two of you are old enough to know at least this one thing. Staking a vampire only works when it's a wooden stake.
Mm-hmm. And this is not.
That is not. No,
else.
This is like.
No, and the place
there's some
she
effect
is,
on this.
by the way, she's been under the sun. There's no way to completely cover this.
Mm-hmm.
She was hiding in the shadows, just in a corner, but like, come morning, unless she was put there tonight, there's a lot of things that don't add up.
there was a thing out here in the square. Somebody kind of went wild. It wasn't me. Nobody seemed to notice. It's like screaming. I wasn't there. I heard about it. So there's some kind of it's like it's described to me as some sort of like a forgetfulness blanket or like depressant or something. Something, I don't know magic like that, but something. I don't know where it's coming from. Could be from down there. This might be one of the entrances. And I just look at the other unhoused people.
3 of them are still asleep. The others are all eyeing you suspiciously.
I think it's not a good idea.
Try to get in here.
So many eyes. The warning.
Well, they already know we're here. The guy I know, he's still here, right?
Mm-hmm. He's part of the people that are looking at you, weird.
But I don't know that she knows him, so I don't.
No.
It's like, what are y'all looking at? You're just kind of like,
It might be worth it to ask a few more questions before we leave.
okay.
I would like to approach the guy that I know.
Mm-hmm.
I hang back because I know people get nervous around me.
He
Mhm.
Like I
doesn't
might
talk
kill him at any
very
moment.
loudly. His voice is like a rasp. Like he had extensive damage done to his vocal cords. And as you approach, he'll just say, "Do I know you from somewhere?"
You should. I believe we both know Santiago. Does that name ring a bell with you?
You see recognition and fear.
I thought so. So you're going to tell me everything that you know about this place.
I don't know much.
Do you know anything about the warning that was posted outside?
The what?
There was a person just outside.
There was a person?
How long have you been here?
I don't know if I should be talking to you.
I think you should be talking to me.
I
I
don't
think
know,
I'm
Mr.
exactly who
Vagos
you
is
should be
not
talking
gonna
to.
lend. I don't know what he's going to think. Start chatting up with his what are you, like his doll, his plaything, his whatever, his ex?
I'm someone that you can talk to. And I'm someone that that I think he would be most interested to know if you refuse to talk to me.
Can you give me that composure? Is it intimidation or persuasion?
Did he say Mr. Vargas?
No, Vagos.
Vagos, thank you.
Yeah, give me composure persuasion.
Okay.
Difficulty 2.
2.
Yeah. I've had to come here like every fucking night for like a year. Right?
Why?
Because the boss said he's gonna pay me at Christmas. And my
To do
contract
what?
says I have to. He says I have to watch this fucking place, day in day out.
Why?
I don't know. He says, I don't know. I think it's one of his safe houses, vault or something. I don't know. He says it's important, and he wants me to check whoever tries to open the doors. That's it. Like I
The
just,
doors can't be open, they're jammed. Is there some secret to opening the doors?
I don't know. Do I look like the guy who touches the boss's shit?
You look like a guy who's been here for a year, watching for people trying to open these doors.
Yeah, and he's gonna give me $500,000 if I don't touch the doors and I just report on who the fuck shows up here.
Well, who
That's
the fuck
all.
has shown up here?
He rummages in a pocket, gets a notepad that's like all like scrunched up, and he flips multiple pages and he goes, all right, January 3rd, 2014. So I saw these two guys, right? They look like brothers, I guess. Blonde, kind of looking like trouble. Anyway, they tried to open the door, it didn't work. They peed on the door.
Listen, fucker.
They
Someone who
left.
is important. Someone who looked like they knew what they were doing here. Perhaps somebody that you recognized or felt that you should recognize.
Give me this time same check, difficulty 4.
Can I help?
Anything that you
By
do
being
or
a-
say will be a penalty.
Dude.
Okay. Because, you know,
can
I'm not...
help by not stepping too close.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what what Dixon can figure out pretty
Yeah,
easily.
Yeah, that's why he's hanging back, you know what I mean? Because, you know, he...
Yeah, that's bad.
Yes.
That's a bestial failure.
So unless you reroll your 2
wait, what?
dice and you succeed,
Yeah.
a bestial failure means that you are
Yeah.
going to. This person has been a bad person.
How about if she rouses the blood to get an extra die and rerolls? With
That
her willpower.
could work. My PDF is frozen. All right, there we go. Bestial failure. Yeah, you would act out your compulsion.
My
Which in-
compulsion.
Or something equally
Which-
bad.
Yeah, basically you would get a -2 penalty on all of your rolls not relating to enticing someone in order for them to break a chronicle tenet or one of their personal conviction. And you get that penalty until you
Nice.
succeed at corrupting someone. Which is rather impairing. But you can always try to rouse the blood to get your 2 extra dice.
Well, hold on. Would not convincing this guy to break his contract count as my
The thing is as you've convinced them that you're with San Diego,
Yeah.
True. That's
it's
true.
not breaking
Yeah, yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Just so you know, Hannah, our
Yes.
3 chronicle tenets are: worry about collateral damage, respect the community that is here, and
Right.
don't draw attention of the clergy.
Right.
So if you wanted for him, for instance, if you managed to successfully convince him to go to the basilica that's across the street and rouse all of the inquisitors there so that they come into this courtyard, that would count to get rid of your compulsion.
That
I
wouldn't
don't
be good.
I don't like that because like I'm pretty sure I
And I
have a
don't-
problem with the church specifically. So no, thank you. I'm
Then-
good.
All right, then that means you need to find a way
How do
to
I
succeed.
how do I rouse the
Okay.
blood?
So rouse the blood is just you click on the rouse check die. That's right under your hunger. And whether it succeeds or fails doesn't matter. It's just going to make you hungrier or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
You are now hungrier. You get 2 extra dice that you can roll. plus your new, I guess in this case would be 1 normal die and 1 hunger die.
No, she's got 2.
No, because it would
She's
be
got 2. She got 2 that she
2
didn't.
regular.
She can reroll 2 regular, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you
And
could
then the
roll.
2...
Yeah, never mind. You could roll 2 regular dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
On top of what
So
you
4 dice
already
total.
rolled. So
4
what you
dice
can do is
total?
just the. Huh?
Is
4
a
dice total,
6,
2 for the blood rouse, and then she's going to spend the willpower to reroll.
I don't know if you're spending the willpower to reroll.
Oh,
Are you?
I thought I was.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Then yes, it's 4 dice total. Yes. You need to have at least 2 successes on those.
Willpower reroll. Do I click the willpower
Yep.
reroll?
You can click on it, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to ask you how many dice.
It only gives me up to 3.
Yeah, because normally you're not allowed to reroll up to 3. So just select 2.
Okay.
So we'll reroll at least those 2 that you already had.
All right. Difficulty 4 or difficulty 2?
It's still difficulty 4, but it
Okay.
doesn't matter. We're just going to add them up. So
Shoot.
you've got
Okay.
3
All right.
total. So now you have to
And you
roll
have
just
2
2
more dice.
d10s. You're going to have to type it in.
Okay.
And that is 2 more successes. So you've got 5 successes out of 4.
Thank you.
Oh,
So
that would have been bad.
by like
I got your back.
summoning the blood and everything, you to go back to what you were asking him, someone of import.
Mhm.
He's like, in a whole year there's only been 1 person, and he sheepishly flips like half of his notepad in one shot. You notice that like he dog-eared the page in question. He says, this is a weird dude wearing a weird trench coat. And I know that San Diego's into some weird shit sometimes, but that guy looked I was gonna make a reference, but 2014. Let me check.
Do you have any defining features apart from a trench coat?
Yeah. He's wearing that like Macklemore type of coat. It's just they're all faces. So yeah, I think the coat counts as a defining feature. He's a bald guy with some fucked up coat, and he came in and he just looked at the doors, and then he looked at me and I pretended to be asleep. And I think he left after a
Pardon,
while, I
the-
don't know.
The coat is made of real flesh.
Who the fuck
faces.
would make a coat out of real flesh? This is disgusting. No, it's
Oh,
just
well-
probably some like weird shit, like homemade. But honestly, they looked horribly real. And you can feel in his voice that like it happened 6 months ago. He probably still has nightmares about it. And he probably wants very, very bad for this to be just some weird ass cosplay.
That is significant. And that's the only thing you noted about him, nothing else. In which direction he left, or
I freaked out. I closed my eyes. The boss doesn't want me to check where do people go or follow them. I just note who comes here, who fiddles with the door, and that's it. And that guy, when he turned around, like hell I'm gonna die as a hobo when I can, like, you know, live 6 months and get my fucking $500,000.
well, what information you've collected is very helpful. Thank you. And I will be sure to let Santiago know that you're doing good work here. And that he doesn't have to count you as a traitor.
Cool. Yeah, tell him I've been diligent, right?
I'll tell him. What's your name?
Marcel. I'm Marcel the
Marcel.
Hammer.
I'll be sure to remember that.
Was he a hockey player?
No, he was a leg breaker for the mob.
But I mean, he could have been like also a hockey player. He could have broken legs during hockey.
No, in this
It's
case,
just he had a
he's
nickname,
not
so I
really,
wanted to check.
not really a hockey player. He was just a guy with a claw hammer and a lot of time on his hands.
Okay, I didn't know. He could have been like really good at hockey. That's all.
Yeah, no.
And so I will accompany Nina out of this area like her bodyguard. Still, when she makes a move
with
to go.
all of this done,
I would say, who's
Son-
this Vagos?
Santiago Vagos. He's another like me here in Montreal. I'm not sure if you would have heard of him, but are you familiar with a
No.
gentleman wearing a coat made of faces?
Yeah, about that. We say as we were moving, walking and talking, not with an earshot. I've got to get back to my haven. Let's walk. I don't have a whole lot of time. I sleep so much now. It takes longer, right? Like when you're very low humanity, you sleep much, much longer. And so he's already feeling like he's got to go. I'd heard of someone, can't say who, they want to remain secret. There's a man with a coat of faces in the sewers.
In the
which
sewers?
means, right. And that person, it seems, could not get in there. That seems significant to me.
So maybe we
And
visit
Dixon
the sewers.
is walking faster,
Mm-hmm. Well, after you take your little nap, I'll make some calls while you're sleeping and see what else I can find out.
Yeah, if you can find out anything about Golconda, that would be great. And listen, I'm gonna figure that the sewers are not connected to this place. That, Caleb, he's what they call Nosferatu, and they know everything about sewers. So I figured if it was happening in the sewers, he'd know.
Wow, the
And since he doesn't know how to get in, that's what people told me. And also, he likes to brag. But he doesn't know the way in, which means it's not connected, right? There's not it's walled off in some way. There's like a barrier, You can't get from there to here.
Well, maybe
Because he's been looking for years.
You think there's a connection between the sewers and Caleb? Perhaps it would not be such a far stretch to ask Caleb if he has any information about this individual and why he might be interested in opening these doors.
I suppose you could ask him.
Well, no, not me.
But be careful not to... Oh, I'm not speaking to Caleb. He's out to get me. He wants me to come and talk to him. And I don't think if I go into that meeting, I'll be making my way out. It's one of those things. It's like no. I think I go in there, I'm not coming out. At least not shackled. Not without shackles. If I come out at all. He's been angling. I don't like it. And if he knows the sewers, that means he knows the fellow with the coat of faces. Which means that doesn't make me feel comfortable. Because if he knows about it, he's not said anything, and why's that? If he doesn't know about it, that's pretty weird considering that this whole I have information everywhere sorts of thing. I don't like it.
Well, he's not the only
And
player
also,
in Montreal.
he's the sheriff. No, but he's like the sheriff and the scourge and the seneschal and the everything. He's got like 14 Camarilla titles. I don't even know what they all are. And he's been following me outside of this city. And there's one thing I don't want to do is lead him to whatever it is he wants. I'm not going to be used by anyone. Certainly not him.
What if he's the only person who has the information we need to get the information that you want? What if he's the only person who knows how to go down into those underground areas so that you can get the information you need that Hattie was searching for? She was looking for something down there. You told me that yourself. And if
I know, but
even this
I
man...
also know...
Go ahead.
The thing is, I know he doesn't know the way in.
How do you know that?
If he knew
Have
the
you
way in...
asked him?
No, he was having a conversation with Artie about it. When Artie told him all of my business, he told Artie, oh, that's good, I've been looking for the entrance, which is why I haven't gone anywhere near there. He's been searching for a way in all this time, and it'll be very convenient for him if I do all the work for him, and I'm not going to do it. I don't serve him. He desperately wants in there, and I don't know why, but he doesn't have the information I'm looking for. He's looking for the same information. He's trying to get it from me, through me. He figures, I imagine he figures I'm dumb, like some kind of blockhead.
Well, I don't think he
will
thinks
just-
you're dumb.
Oh, come on now. I'm not a... Bruja aren't known for their witty repartee. I figure he just figures I'm like a dog with a bone and will find out what he needs. I find it, he walks in and takes it. I don't have any intention of helping him out, especially how he's obviously angling some kind of blackmail threat situation. He thinks he's got the cards, but he can't play them if I don't meet him at the table.
Did you ever tell me what you've learnt about the prince?
No, I didn't. There's something there.
You don't
And
quite trust me enough to say what, though?
no, it's not that. I'm not quite certain what it is. It's some kind of being, it's like a shadow. Could be this Val that Artie's talking about, which means we've got another problem. Because Artie has told everybody that Val is riding the prince. He's told Caleb that Val is riding the prince. And that means either Caleb knows and is what? Or he doesn't, but Caleb seems to prize himself on a person with all the info.
And you don't think that a person with all the info is an important person to have in your corner, even if it means sacrificing a bit of your personal convictions to do so?
Now, he thinks he has all of the info. He prides himself on having all of the info. That doesn't mean he actually has all of the info. There's clearly information he doesn't have and that he wants, and he thinks I can get it for him. But I'm not going to get him anything. I don't like being followed. I don't like being maneuvered like a chess piece.
Hmm.
He set it up, right? He's the sheriff. That's the thing, right? He's the sheriff. He can call for my death anytime he wants, or whatever it is that they do over there in the ivory tower.
But he hasn't.
And I have no, instead he wanted a meeting with me. You gotta think about it like this. He wanted something from me, I didn't give it to him. Then I had a frenzy in the middle of downtown Montreal, which was covered up, but they know. After that happens, he calls for a meeting. He's going to threaten me. He's going to say, I'm going to expose your breach. I'm going to get you killed. He's going to threaten me in some big way unless I do what he wants. I'm not taking a meeting with him to have that conversation.
You don't think that he'll do that same exact thing? Expose you, do something horrible to you without a warning if you don't meet with him?
No, it's not a warning. He wants me to work for him as his slave. He's going to threaten to expose me, so I do what he wants. If he wanted to expose me, he would already do it. But what he wants is he wants me in his back pocket. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not in his back pocket. So I have no interest in meeting with that cameraless sheriff at all. I don't want to hear his threats, his extortion, his, oh, I can help you out if you help me out. Otherwise, I'm going to expose you. I have no interest in playing that game with him and interfacing with his. He's a traitor to this city. And I have no interest in having a civil discussion with him. And now that I know that I've seen that this Val or something is riding the prince, and I know that he was told about it and has not done anything, does not make me feel very good about him. Does not make me trust him anymore. At all. He's bad news.
Well, if you won't meet with Caleb, then perhaps there's one other person I can think of who might have more information about the entryway, how to get down there, and maybe even the person who tried to get down there. Do you know? Well, no, you don't, because you asked me about him. Santiago Vargas, here in town.
Never heard of him or seen him at all. And I've been here for 2 years. And people, they'd hang out.
Well,
I don't know him. But it's pretty weird that he's watching that entrance, right? Oh.
Yes. Which is why I think he might have more information that we need if we are trying to get around asking Caleb. I still think Caleb would have the most information. He has significant knowledge of things.
Yeah. But if you know him, I feel like you're the better person to ask rather than me, the fly to a spider web. He probably would not suspect you of anything, and you might have a better chance of getting information. You just have to figure out how to ask without getting him suspicious that you were speaking with me. Or even that you're even here. Need like you know how to do these things. Some kind of pretense.
We'll have to give it a bit of thought, but while you're sleeping, taking some time to rest, I'll see what arrangements I can make.
Should I talk to this Santiago?
Maybe. When you wake up.
Okay. Listen, I don't have phone signal where I sleep. So I've got a couple dead drops that you could drop notes off in. I can get them. And he'll also point out one of the places as they're walking. At this place here, you could drop off a note and I can find it. I only can check I can't check all the time. I check every day. I go around, but I don't have access to a lot of things where I sleep. So you have to leave a note for me here, or go back to Halifax. I'll tell you what. I'll call you. When are you going back?
I think I can spend a little more time here. There are a few other things to investigate.
Do you need a place to stay?
Are you offering?
Well, I don't want you to be in the sunlight, you know?
You're sweet, Lucky.
I mean, you
If
have
you'd
to have
be
a
all right
place
with
that's
it.
safe. I don't think you'd be all right with it, considering how you're dressed. It wouldn't really be great for you.
Yes.
Uh,
I do like slumming
It
it, but
would-
perhaps not that much. Only
It would-
on occasion, and mostly as part of a role play. I'll find something.
the warehouse, you could probably stay there.
Is it slightly more clean?
It wouldn't ruin your outfit. There are a bunch of crates in there. It wouldn't be comfortable, but you could sleep in one of the crates.
I think I'll find someplace. I have one of my darlings here. I think I can stay there for a while.
Okay. Because if you need a place to stay, I can find a place. But you wouldn't want to stay where I'm staying.
I
Wouldn't be your
appreciate
style.
it. I appreciate it. You
Okay.
sleep, and I will hear from you.
You can always leave me a note while you're here in the dead drop, and I'll give you a call when I wake up tomorrow night. Just see if you heard anything. Calling from a payphone.
Are you going to be all right, Lucky?
I am from a lineage that is long, old, and powerful. If anyone will not be all right, it is those who threaten this city.
You have a lovely spiel prepared for me asking these questions. You say so much and you happen to say so little. I'm not asking if your lineage will be okay, Lucky. I'm asking if you will be okay.
For the first time in the longest time, I feel more like myself than I ever have been. I feel more at one with my ancestor, who speaks to me to keep me safe. I may have lost everything else, but in that loss there is clarity. In my blood sings my ancestors, sings divinity. I have always been made for something beyond personal desires and gains. I've always been made for something beyond myself. I understand now that I have been too attached to things that will not serve the greater good. And I have been too much hiding who I am from these people who do not understand me and do not understand the world. And it's my job to show it. So I think I am probably now the closest to divinity that I have ever been. Therefore, I am probably the finest that I've ever been.
And I think it's on that we're going to end this interlude. As Lucky utters the word, I am the finest I have ever been. As a destitute houseless, low humanity. It's when you have nothing that you can then have everything.
Yes, and now he has everything. He doesn't have, people who will listen to him, except for Nina and his undead friend who he has staked up in his
And yet
haven that he
she
talks
helped
to.
you, and you refused to help her in return.
She did not frame it as, please help me. She framed it as like, wouldn't it be a good idea? If she had framed it differently, that might have been a different conversation.
She doesn't want to let on that sort of information. She wants to keep that in her pocket.
So
If she had said, I need you to do this for me, then he would have done it. Right? If she would have said that, then he would have done it.
Too stubborn.
But,
too stubborn. It's it's all good.
Yeah, I know. He would have, though. He would have. If she would have said, like, I need you to see him or else I'll be in big trouble, he'd be like, okay, I will see him.
I mean, how much trouble could she be in if she crosses Caleb?
Well, I'm
the
sure
best I've ever been.
So, thank you everyone for coming tonight. Thank you, players, for taking time off of your Monday evening to come play in this Interlude of Vampire. Punctually interrupted by my cat. Thank you,
He would
Hannah.
have, though. If he knew, he would have helped her. He would have.
Next time.
Well, yeah, thank you, Hannah, for coming for the last time to play Nina.
If anything happened to Nina, Dixon will kill Caleb. He might kill Caleb anyway, but he will kill Caleb if anything happens to Nina. I'm telling you now. I'm just telling you now, he will kill Caleb a lot.
Jot that
there will
down.
be murder of Caleb in a big way. Note it now. If anything happens to Nina, the first person he's going to is Caleb. Just so you know.
So,
just telling you. He will kill Caleb. He will try, or he'll die trying. It's one of those two.
Oh, I don't like those odds.
Because odds are probably not great, but
odds are
but I'm
probably
telling you,
not in Dixon's favor right now.
I think they are not. But Dixon is a protector of people, and if something happens to Nina, also he's going to go kill that guy. By the way, he's going to kill her stalker.
Oh,
That's
do
also
not
gonna
kill
happen.
my stalker. I'll just get a worse one.
Dixon does not know game mechanics.
That's
says
fine.
that all stalkers are replaced. Yeah, but he's gonna go kill that guy. Just so you know.
So, please, player, tell us where we can find you, what you have going on, anything you have to plug. We'll start with our special guest. Thank you for coming. So, Hannah, thank you for being here. Yep, mic is yours.
I am Hannah. You can find me on Twitter at HanimationArt and Blue Sky at Just Plain Hanimation, and everywhere else I'm Hanimation Studios. You can find me back on the Wandering DM channel on Saturday at 1 p.m. for Scion, Birth of the New Gods. Very excited about that. They stole my personal jet and I'm pretty mad. But
what?
They
Rude.
stole my freaking jet. But
Rude.
Other than that, that's the only show I'm in. You can find me I'm going to be at Retro Game Con in October, and then after that, Wasabi Con, also in October. But otherwise, you can find me, online or playing Scion. Very exciting stuff.
Thank you for coming. Trooper!
Hey! I'm Trooper SJP, and I have been playing Dixon, your Osebo warrior, who has got, very low IA, but still very high Orun, and will murder anyone who hurts his friends, and with great violence, because that's what happens now. Before, he might have had a talking to them, but now he will murder them, and he will murder everyone to keep the city safe. And it doesn't matter how much blood will be in the streets, but he will do it, and then the city will be fine. And you can find me sometimes you gotta break eggs. You can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, Trooper SJP, for the finale of my little serial, Crash Jones, Space Adventurer, and the Library of the Dead, where our pulp hero in my solo RPG, little solo serial, will try to go and get shady archaeologist Millie Bullock out of a pod that she stepped in and try to save all these problems, and then maybe he can become a real knight one day. There you go. That's me. And I want to give my love to Hannah. I want to give my love to Hannah for playing a shifty, untrustworthy, but totally trustworthy ally. You know, like somebody who I feel like, well, I just love Nina, and I feel like Nina is, I feel like she's still my best friend. And I don't care what it looks like with the like hanging out with Caleb being like, ha ha ha. I feel like that's just not true. She's still my best friend. And there's going to be a unity, an alliance between the Queen of Montreal and the Queen of Halifax and the Magaji of Montreal. And together, they're going to go and just run this whole place. The whole Western Canada is going to be it's going to be great. And we're going to make the world a better place.
Very exciting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you know how ridiculous that title sounds anyway?
The Queen of Halifax?
What, the Queen of Halifax?
Yeah.
Hey, Dixon grew up around there. Don't talk smack. That's his home stomping grounds. He didn't actually grow up in Halifax. Halifax is too big of a city for him.
No,
he grew up outside
and also,
of Halifax.
Halifax destroyed the place you grew up.
Yeah, Eastern Canada. Yeah, Eastern Canada. Thank you.
But
they did. I mean, it's not like he loves them, but he likes her, and she can like turn it around. And also, like, it was a big city compared to where he's from.
Definitely.
So yeah.
As for me, hello everyone. Simon at Wondering Game. You can find me over here on Thursday playing some Baldur's Gate with the adventures of Jacques, who is now a fighter, ranger, rogue. Fighter, ranger, rogue, neurosurgeon extraordinaire. I do believe that's where we're at the moment. And because of Trooper's influence, I too will be starting a solo Starforge game. I built my entire thing. I'm just waiting. I'm gonna finish Baldur's Gate first, or at least do a few more of them, and then we're gonna have the adventures of whoever I'm playing, which Trooper knows. Which
I know who it is.
As a clue, I can only say Bill Pullman from Spaceballs.
Mm-hmm.
And then on Friday, because Hannah forgot about that, on Friday you can find the both of us over on Valdrianth's channel for a Extra Life charity stream where we are going to play Inspectors with our good friend Jim. Unless Jim is having computer issues right now, which hopefully everything is fixed. It's not going to be Lone Star himself. I am not playing Bill Pullman. I cannot pull that off. But imagine Lone Star. And then, so for Inspectors, either I'll be a player or I will be a GM. We'll see about that on Friday. But yes, it's at Friday, September 1st at 7 p.m. Eastern on Valdrianth. And then on Saturday, we're back with Scion, where we're gonna actually hear the entire phone conversation between Loki and his son, Kieran. So we'll see about that and how that goes. And then it's Magic Toy Shop Hour. And then we're back here on Monday for Flory's Interlude, which has the code name John Wick.
Oh dear.
Oh, she's gonna kill a lot of people.
And that's it for me. Thanks everyone for coming. Thank you, Raiders. Thank you for everyone who came. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the resubs, the everything. Thank you so much everyone for being here, and we'll see you next week. I think it's a bit too late to raid everyone. Bye bye.
I